Welcome to Mr. Sleep Story. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and let the rhythm of my voice carry you to a faraway lands. Today's story begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Atlantis was a marvel unlike anything the world had ever known. Resting in the cradle of a vast and shimmering ocean, it was said to have been crafted by the hands of gods themselves. Its beauty defied mortal comprehension. A city of golden spires that pierced the heavens, their tips gleaming in the sunlight like captured stars. Between the towers flowed crystalline waterways that reflected the city's splendor, lined with bridges carved from pure alabaster. At the heart of Atlantis stood the Grand Temple of Tides, a monument to the goddess who watched over the seas, its columns adorned with coral and its walls etched with stories of the city's divine origins. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming flora, carried by gentle breezes that whispered through gardens of rare and luminous plants. The Atlanteans had a profound bond with nature, cultivating life that flourished in harmony with their world. Birds of iridescent plumage flitted between trees that bore fruit of every imaginable hue, their songs mingling with the soft trickle of fountains. Beyond the city's boundaries, rolling hills of emerald grass stretched to meet the horizon, kissed by streams that sparkled like liquid glass. Atlantis was more than a city. It was paradise brought to life. The people of Atlantis mirrored the splendor of their home. They were tall and graceful, their features marked by a timeless elegance. Skin tones ranged from sun-kissed bronze to deep mahogany, reflecting the diversity that had blossomed within their society. Their clothing, woven from materials finer than silk, shimmered in the light, embroidered with intricate patterns that told stories of their heritage. They wore jewels not as symbols of wealth, but as tokens of connection to the earth, the sea, and the stars. Their wisdom and innovation set them apart. Atlanteans had unlocked the secrets of the natural world, mastering technologies that seemed indistinguishable from magic. Energy flowed through their city, clean and inexhaustible, drawn from the earth's core and the ocean's depths. They rode chariots that glided above the ground, and their knowledge of medicine was so advanced that illness was a rarity. They had even learned to commune with the creatures of the sea, forging bonds with dolphins and whales that carried messages across vast distances. To outsiders, Atlantis seemed like a dream, a utopia of progress, beauty, and peace. Yet beneath its perfection, there were whispers of unease. For centuries, the Atlanteans had thrived, their wealth and prosperity unmatched. But over time, cracks began to form in the foundation of their paradise. Their pride, once a source of inspiration, began to twist into hubris. The elite grew restless, demanding more power, more resources, more dominion over the world beyond their shores. The once gentle tides that surrounded Atlantis now seemed to churn with an unspoken warning, as if the sea itself sensed the imbalance taking root in the hearts of its stewards. In the midst of this splendor and silent unrest, a young scholar named Kael spent his days wandering the halls of Atlantis's great library. The library was a marvel in its own right, its walls carved from a translucent crystal that refracted light into a kaleidoscope of colors. Thousands of scrolls and codices filled its endless shelves, preserving the wisdom of ages. Kael had always been a dreamer, captivated by tales of the lands and peoples beyond Atlantis. His heart ached to see the world with his own eyes, to learn its mysteries and forge connections that could unite all of humanity. But within the golden walls of his home, such dreams were seen as foolish. Why venture beyond perfection? Why risk the unknown when Atlantis offered everything one could ever desire? Kael often found solace in the company of Lyara, the high priestess of the Temple of Tides. Lyara was revered across Atlantis for her wisdom and devotion to the goddess of the sea. She carried an air of serenity, her every movement as fluid and graceful as the waves she worshipped. Her deep, cerulean eyes seemed to hold the ocean's secrets, and her voice, soft yet commanding, could calm even the fiercest storms of the heart. Though her duties kept her bound to the temple, she shared Kael's curiosity about the world, and often indulged his musings. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the city in hues of amber and violet, Kael and Lyara stood at the edge of the central canal. The water reflected the sky like a mirror, its surface rippling gently as if the city itself were breathing. Lyara had just finished her daily prayers, and Kael had been waiting for her, eager to share a discovery he'd made in the library. "Do you ever wonder," Kael began, his voice tinged with both excitement and hesitation, "if we've grown too comfortable here? If maybe, just maybe, we're not meant to stay within these walls forever?" Lyara smiled, though there was a trace of sadness in her expression. "The world beyond is vast and beautiful, Kael, but it is also chaotic and untamed. Atlantis was gifted to us by the gods as a sanctuary. To leave it behind would be to abandon their blessing." "But what if staying means losing ourselves?" Kael pressed. "What if the gods didn't intend for us to isolate ourselves, but to share what we've learned, to build bridges, not walls?" Lyara didn't respond immediately. Instead, she gazed out at the horizon, where the last rays of sunlight melted into the sea. "The goddess speaks to me in whispers, Kael," she said finally. "Lately, her voice has been different. There's a sorrow in it I can't explain. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps we've lost our way." The weight of her words hung between them as the first stars appeared in the night sky. Kael wanted to say more, to convince her that their future lay beyond the borders of Atlantis, but a part of him hesitated. Lyara bore the burdens of her people more deeply than anyone he knew, and he feared adding to her pain. Far above them, on the highest balcony of the royal palace, King Oran stood alone, gazing down at his city. His once vivid hair had turned silver, and his shoulders bore the weight of countless sleepless nights. For weeks, his dreams had been plagued by visions of Atlantis' destruction. Waters rising, fires consuming, and voices crying out in despair. He had confided in no one, not even Lyara, fearing that to speak of it would make it real. Yet, as he looked out over the city bathed in moonlight, a profound sense of foreboding gripped him. Atlantis had always been a beacon of hope, a testament to what humanity could achieve. But now, he wondered if it had become a monument to their arrogance. He closed his eyes, silently praying to the goddess for guidance. The sea's response was a distant roar, its waves crashing harder against the shores than they ever had before. For all its beauty, Atlantis stood on the brink of a fate it could not yet see. Its people danced and sang beneath the stars, unaware that their paradise was built on borrowed time. The sea, once a source of life and abundance, now watched with an ominous patience. It would not be long before it reclaimed what was always meant to be its own. Atlantis was a masterpiece, a city carved from the dreams of gods and men, standing proudly as the epitome of human achievement. Its magnificence was woven into every corner of its vast expanse, where towering spires reached toward the heavens, and streets of polished white stone shimmered under the sun. The canals that ran through the city were alive, not merely with the crystal-clear waters that flowed endlessly, but with the gentle hum of energy that coursed through them, a subtle reminder of the advanced knowledge that sustained the city's harmony. The Atlanteans called it the breath of the ocean, a force that powered their chariots, their homes, and their lives, drawn from the endless rhythms of the sea and the earth's core. The city was a labyrinth of artistry and innovation. Its walls bore intricate carvings of the gods who had blessed Atlantis with their favor, their depictions larger than life, watching over the people with unyielding gazes. Temples dedicated to various deities adorned the landscape, their roofs crowned with gemstones that caught the light and scattered it in radiant patterns across the streets below. Even the smallest dwelling was a marvel, adorned with mosaics that told stories of heroism, love, and divine intervention. These homes were crafted not merely for shelter, but as expressions of the Atlanteans' deep reverence for beauty and meaning in all things. Commerce thrived in the grand marketplaces, where traders from across the city gathered to sell wares unlike anything found elsewhere. There were fabrics that shimmered like liquid silver, fruits that glowed faintly as if lit from within, and crystals that emitted soft, soothing hums when held. Merchants called out their offers in melodic tones, their voices blending into a harmonious symphony of life and prosperity. Above the markets, soaring chariots glided effortlessly, their passengers enjoying the spectacle below as they moved between towering structures suspended on platforms that defied gravity. The people of Atlantis were no less extraordinary than their city. They were a society of thinkers, creators, and dreamers. Scholars debated philosophy and science in open courtyards, their discussions shaping the very fabric of Atlantean life. Artisans sculpted masterpieces from marble and quartz, their works so lifelike they seemed ready to step down from their pedestals. Musicians played instruments that produced sounds so ethereal they could move listeners to tears, and poets spun words that resonated deep within the soul. Atlantis was a place where every individual was encouraged to explore the limits of their potential, their collective brilliance weaving a tapestry of boundless creativity. Yet, for all their achievements, the Atlanteans were not without flaw. Over the centuries, their prosperity had planted seeds of arrogance. The harmony that had once defined their society began to erode, replaced by an insidious hunger for more wealth, more power, more dominion over the natural world. The elite, who had long been seen as stewards of Atlantis's well-being, grew insular and self-serving. They constructed palatial estates that dwarfed the modest homes of the common folk. Their gardens filled with exotic plants brought at great expense from distant lands. For them, Atlantis was not merely a home, but a stage upon which to display their wealth and superiority. Kael often wandered the outskirts of the city, where the contrast between grandeur and neglect was most striking. Here, the air was less fragrant, the canals less pristine. The people who lived in these districts toiled endlessly to maintain the city's splendor, their labor unacknowledged by those who reaped its benefits. Kael, with his insatiable curiosity, would speak to them, listening to their stories and struggles. He found them to be no less brilliant than the scholars and artists he admired, their wisdom born of resilience, and their creativity a testament to their determination. Yet, their voices were rarely heard in the grand halls of Atlantis where decisions were made. Lyara, too, began to sense the cracks in their paradise. As a high priestess, she had long been attuned to the goddess's will, her prayers a bridge between the divine and the mortal. But in recent months, her connection to the goddess had grown strained. During her rituals, she felt a heaviness in the air, as if the sea itself were restless. The sacred waters that filled the temple's pools no longer glowed with the same soft light, their surface occasionally marred by ripples that had no earthly cause. Lyara prayed for guidance, but the goddess's voice, once clear and reassuring, now came to her in fragmented whispers, heavy with sorrow. One evening, as Lyara performed a cleansing ritual in the temple, she noticed something unusual. The waters in the central pool began to darken, swirling as if alive. From the depths emerged a single pearl, larger than any she had ever seen, its surface iridescent yet marred by a faint crack. She held it in her hands, its warmth pulsing like a heartbeat. It was a sign, though its meaning eluded her. Lyara took it as a warning, a manifestation of the goddess's displeasure, a symbol of the fragile balance that held Atlantis together. Meanwhile, the city's leaders remained blind to these signs. In their arrogance, they believed Atlantis to be untouchable, a fortress of perfection that no force, mortal or divine, could challenge. They dismissed the growing unrest among the common folk, who had begun to question the inequities that defined their lives. They ignored the increasingly erratic behavior of the seas, the way the tides no longer followed their predictable patterns, and they scoffed at the scholars and priests who warned of the dangers of overreaching their bounds. Kael, ever the idealist, refused to accept their complacency. In the great library, he unearthed ancient texts that spoke of a time before Atlantis, when the world was wild and untamed. These writings told of civilizations that had risen and fallen, their hubris leading to their undoing. He shared his findings with Lyara, hoping to inspire her to act. But even she, burdened by the weight of tradition and duty, hesitated to challenge the status quo. One day, Kael ventured beyond the city's walls to the cliffs that overlooked the vast ocean. There, he watched as waves crashed against the rocks, their force both mesmerizing and terrifying. It was here that he felt the true power of the sea, a force that gave life but could just as easily take it away. He thought of Atlantis, so proud and unyielding, and wondered if they had forgotten this truth. The city, for all its splendor, was not invincible. It was as much a part of the natural world as the cliffs and the waves, and it was subject to the same laws. When he returned to the city, Kael tried once more to share his concerns, this time with a council of elders. He spoke passionately, his words carrying the urgency of a man who had seen the fragility of their existence. He warned of the signs, the restless seas, the growing inequities, the goddess's silence. But the elders, seated in their opulent chamber adorned with gold and gemstones, dismissed him. They saw him as a dreamer, his warnings the ramblings of a young man who did not understand the strength of Atlantis. Their dismissal only strengthened Kael's resolve. He began to gather like-minded individuals, scholars, priests, and laborers who shared his fears. Together, they formed a quiet alliance, determined to prepare for the worst. They began designing arks, massive vessels that could carry the people of Atlantis to safety should disaster strike. It was a plan born of hope and desperation, a last resort for a city that refused to see its own vulnerabilities. Lyara, though torn, chose to support Kael. She used her influence to gather resources and spread his message, even as she continued her duties at the temple. Her faith in the goddess remained steadfast, but she could not ignore the signs that their paradise was unraveling. She prayed that they were wrong, that Atlantis would endure. But deep in her heart, she knew that the city's splendor had become its greatest weakness. Atlantis, for all its brilliance, had lost sight of the balance that had once defined it. Its people had turned away from the values that had made their society great, replacing humility with pride and harmony with division. The sea, ever watchful, could sense the shift. Its waves no longer caressed the shores with gentle affection, but crashed against them with growing intensity. The breath of the ocean, the force that had sustained Atlantis for so long, now carried a warning in its hum, a warning that few were willing to hear. The city remained as beautiful as ever, its golden spires gleaming in the sunlight, its canals reflecting the endless blue of the sky. But beneath its surface, a storm was brewing, one that would soon test the very foundation of all they had built. Atlantis stood on the edge of a precipice, its people blissfully unaware of the fall that awaited them. The city of Atlantis was still beautiful, still golden, but Kael could feel its heartbeat faltering. The spires that pierced the heavens no longer inspired awe in him as they once did. Instead, they seemed to loom like silent sentinels, watching over a paradise that was crumbling from within. And yet, amidst the cracks spreading through the city, he found solace in Lyara. She was his anchor, his constant, a flicker of light in a world dimmed by greed and denial. Their love, though forbidden, thrived in the shadows, nurtured by whispered words and fleeting touches stolen in moments of quiet secrecy. Kael often found Lyara at the Temple of Tides, her figure illuminated by the soft glow of the sacred waters. The temple, with its towering columns and endless pools of shimmering liquid, was a place where the divine and the mortal worlds intertwined. Lyara moved with a grace that seemed almost otherworldly, her white robes trailing behind her like waves as she carried out her duties as High Priestess. She was revered by all, a symbol of hope and purity. But Kael saw the weight she carried, the burden of a city that looked to her for answers she did not have. One evening, as the city settled into the embrace of twilight, Kael waited for her by the temple's gardens. The air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers, their petals glowing faintly in the fading light. Lyara emerged from the temple, her face calm, but her eyes betraying a weariness she could not hide from him. Without a word, she walked to him, and they found their way to a secluded corner of the garden, a hidden alcove where vines draped like curtains and the world beyond seemed to disappear. "I saw the pearl again," Lyara said softly, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. She looked down at her hands as though she could still feel its warmth pulsing against her skin. "It grows darker each time. I fear it is more than a warning now. It is a judgment." Kael reached out, his fingers brushing hers in a gesture of comfort. "Judgment can be turned, Lyara. We can still change our course." She lifted her gaze to meet his, her cerulean eyes filled with a mixture of hope and despair. "Do you truly believe that? Do you think the goddess will forgive us for what we've become?" "I have to believe it," he replied, his voice firm. "If I don't, then what's the point of any of this? The goddess may be angry, but she gave us the wisdom to act, the chance to make things right. We can't just give up." Lyara smiled faintly, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "You have always been the dreamer, Kael. Perhaps that is why I love you." The words hung between them, fragile and precious. Though neither had ever spoken of their love so plainly, it had been there all along, unspoken but undeniable. Lyara reached for his hand, intertwining her fingers with his. For a moment, the weight of the world seemed to lift, and they were simply two souls seeking refuge in each other. Their moments together were always fleeting, stolen from the demands of their lives. But they made the most of them, finding beauty in the smallest things, a shared laugh, the way the moonlight danced on the water, the warmth of a hand held in secret. It was in these moments that Kael felt truly alive, his fears and doubts replaced by a certainty he found only in her presence. But even their love could not shield them from the growing tensions within Atlantis. The signs of unrest were everywhere. The common folk whispered of rebellion, their voices growing louder with each passing day. The elite tightened their grip on power, refusing to acknowledge the cracks forming beneath their golden facade. And the sea, once a gentle guardian, had become a restless force, its waves rising higher and crashing harder against the city's shores. Lyara's duties as high priestess grew heavier as the city's turmoil deepened. She spent her days performing rituals and offering prayers, hoping to soothe the goddess's anger and bring the peace to her people. But the goddess remained distant, her voice a faint whisper that Lyara struggled to interpret. The sacred waters in the temple pools grew darker, their once calm surfaces now rippled with an unearthly energy. Lyara confided in Kael, her fears spilling out like the tides she could no longer control. "She's turning away from us," Lyara said one night as they sat by the canal, the water reflecting the starlit sky. Her voice trembled, and Kael could see the tears she fought to hold back. "The goddess gave us everything, and we've squandered it. We've turned her gifts into weapons of greed and power. How can she forgive us for that?" Kael took her hand, his grip steady and reassuring. "The goddess chose you, Lyara. She speaks to you because she hasn't given up on us. If she had, she wouldn't bother to warn us at all." "But what if it's too late?" she whispered, her voice breaking. "What if no matter what we do, Atlantis is doomed?" Kael pulled her closer, his forehead resting against hers. "Then we do everything we can to save what we can. We fight for the people who still believe in something better. We fight for each other." Lyara closed her eyes, letting his words wash over her. She wanted to believe him, to hold on to the hope he carried so fiercely. But the vision of the darkened pearl lingered in her mind, a constant reminder of the fragility of their world. As the days passed, the tension between Kael and Lyara's roles became more pronounced. Kael threw himself into his efforts to prepare for the city's potential collapse, gathering allies and resources to build the arcs. He faced resistance at every turn, his warnings dismissed as the ramblings of a fearful young man. But he refused to give up, driven by a determination that burned brighter with each setback. Lyara, meanwhile, struggled with her own inner conflict. Her loyalty to the goddess and her duties as high priestess often clashed with her love for Kael and her growing belief in his vision. She felt torn between the life she'd been chosen for and the one she longed to share with him. Each day brought new challenges, and the weight of her choices grew heavier. Their love became both a source of strength and a painful reminder of the precariousness of their situation. In Kael, Lyara found the courage to face the uncertainty of their future. In Lyara, Kael found the resolve to keep fighting for a better tomorrow. But they both knew that their time together was borrowed, their moments of happiness overshadowed by the looming shadow of ruin. One night, as a storm raged over Atlantis, Kael and Lyara stood on the cliffs overlooking the sea. The wind howled around them, and the waves crashed against the rocks with a fury that mirrored the turmoil in their hearts. Kael held Lyara close, his arms wrapped protectively around her as they watched the tempest unfold. "You remember the stories they used to tell us as children?" Kael asked, his voice barely audible over the wind. "About how the sea is both a giver and a taker. How it gives life but demands respect in return?" Lyara nodded, her hair whipping around her face. "I never thought I'd see the day it turned against us." Kael looked at her, his expression filled with determination. "It hasn't turned against us, Lyara. It's trying to wake us up, to remind us of what we've forgotten." She met his gaze, her eyes searching his for the strength she needed. "Do you think we can wake up in time?" "I don't know," he admitted. "But I do know that whatever happens, I'll fight for you. For us." Lyara pressed her forehead against his, their breaths mingling as they stood together against the storm. In that moment, their love felt like the only thing that could withstand the chaos around them. A fragile but unyielding force, like a flame flickering in the wind. As the storm raged on, the two lovers held onto each other, their hearts bound by a love that transcended the uncertainty of their world. They knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but for now, in the shadow of ruin, they found comfort in the knowledge that they would face it together. The storm that had raged over Atlantis seemed to leave its mark on the city, not in the form of physical destruction, but in the oppressive stillness that followed. The air felt heavier, as though the sea itself held its breath, and the once vibrant hum of life in Atlantis seemed muted. Lyara felt the change deeply, though she couldn't yet articulate what it meant. Each day at the Temple of Tides, she carried out her rituals with a growing sense of urgency, as if her prayers could stave off the calamity she feared was drawing closer. The temple had always been her sanctuary, a place where she could feel the presence of the goddess as tangibly as the ocean breeze on her skin. Its pools, fed by the sacred springs deep beneath Atlantis, had always glowed with an ethereal light. But now, that light was dimming. The waters no longer mirrored the calm of the sea, but churned with an energy that unsettled her. The priests and acolytes noticed it too, their whispered concerns echoing through the temple halls, but none dared voice their fears aloud. Lyara bore the weight of their unspoken worries, her every prayer tinged with desperation. One night, Lyara remained in the temple long after the other priests had departed. The city outside was silent, its golden streets bathed in the pale glow of the moon. She knelt by the largest of the sacred pools, her hands resting on the cool stone rim as she gazed into its depths. The water was dark, nearly black, and its surface rippled even though there was no breeze. Lyara closed her eyes and began to pray, her voice barely a whisper. "Great goddess of the sea, hear your servant's plea. Guide me, for I am lost. Show me the path to restore balance, to save your people. I beg of you, do not turn away from us." For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, the waters began to stir. Lyara opened her eyes as the pool's surface started to glow faintly, the light spreading outward like the first rays of dawn breaking through the darkness. She leaned closer, her heart pounding in her chest. The light grew brighter, illuminating the temple with a cold, otherworldly glow. And then she heard it, a voice low and resonant, like the echo of waves crashing against distant cliffs. Lyara. The sound of her name sent a shiver down her spine. It was the voice of the goddess, but it was not the voice she had known all her life. This voice was heavier, filled with sorrow and an undercurrent of anger. Lyara bowed her head, her hands trembling against the stone. "Great goddess," she said, her voice faltering, "I am here. I seek your guidance." The light in the pool began to shift, forming shapes and patterns that seemed to dance across the water's surface. Lyara watched as the images coalesced into a vision, a golden city crumbling beneath the weight of towering waves. Fires burned amidst the flood, their smoke rising into a sky darkened by storm clouds. She saw people running, their faces twisted in fear and despair, their cries swallowed by the roar of the sea. And then, in the heart of the chaos, she saw herself, standing alone in the temple as the waters rose around her. "The time of reckoning is near," the goddess's voice intoned. "Atlantis has strayed from the path of balance. The gifts I bestowed have been squandered, twisted into tools of greed and destruction. The harmony that once defined your people is no more." Lyara felt tears streaming down her face as she watched the vision unfold. "Please, great goddess," she pleaded, "tell me how we can make this right. Tell me how we can save our home." The vision shifted, showing a vast, endless ocean. In its depths, Lyara saw something glimmering, a pearl larger and brighter than the one she had found before. It pulsed with a warm, golden light, but as she watched, the light began to fade, replaced by a dull, lifeless gray. "The pearl of balance is cracking," the goddess said. "Its light dims with each act of hubris, each moment of greed. If it shatters, there will be no salvation. Atlantis will fall, and the sea will reclaim what was always meant to be hers." Lyara's hands tightened on the edge of the pool. "There must be something we can do," she said, her voice shaking. "Some way to restore the balance." The light in the pool flickered, and the goddess's voice grew softer, almost mournful. "Sacrifice," she said. "Only through sacrifice can the balance be restored. But know this, Lyara. Not all will survive. The path ahead is fraught with pain and loss." Lyara's breath caught in her throat. She wanted to ask what kind of sacrifice was needed, but the light in the pool began to fade, and the voice of the goddess grew fainter. "Choose wisely, Lyara," the goddess said, "for the fate of Atlantis rests in your hands." The pool returned to its usual dark, rippling state, and the temple fell silent once more. Lyara sat back on her heels, her hands trembling and her mind racing. The vision had confirmed her worst fears. Atlantis was on the brink of destruction, and she had been entrusted with the impossible task of saving it. She felt a crushing weight settle on her chest, a burden she wasn't sure she was strong enough to bear. When she finally rose to her feet, the first light of dawn was creeping through the temple's windows. Lyara left the temple and made her way to the cliffs overlooking the sea. The horizon was painted in shades of gold and pink, the ocean calm and deceptively peaceful. She stood there for a long time, her thoughts a whirlwind of fear, doubt, and determination. She thought of Kael and his unwavering belief that Atlantis could change, that it was not too late to turn the tide. His passion and hope had always been a source of strength for her, but now she wondered if even he would falter in the face of what the goddess had revealed. The weight of her love for him mingled with the weight of her duty, and she felt as though she were being torn in two. That evening, Lyara met Kael in their hidden alcove in the temple gardens. She told him everything: the vision, the goddess's words, and the ominous warning of sacrifice. Kael listened in silence, his expression unreadable, but she could see the storm brewing behind his eyes. When she finished, he took her hands in his grip firm and steady. "Lyara, I don't know if we can stop what's coming," he said, "but if there's even the smallest chance, we have to try. We can't give up, not now." Lyara searched his face, her heart aching with a mixture of love and despair. "What if the goddess is right?" she asked. "What if it's already too late?" Kael shook his head. "It's only too late if we stop fighting. If there's one thing I've learned from you, Lyara, it's that faith isn't about certainty. It's about hope. And I have to believe that hope is enough." His words gave her strength, but the shadow of the goddess's warning lingered in her mind. As they sat together beneath the stars, Lyara vowed to do everything in her power to protect Atlantis and the people she loved. She didn't know what sacrifices lay ahead, but she was willing to face them, even if it meant losing everything she held dear. The final days of Atlantis began with whispers of unease carried on the salt-laden breeze, as if the sea itself were trying to warn its people. The skies, once a serene expanse of blue, darkened prematurely each evening, painted with ominous streaks of red and gold. The golden spires of the city, still dazzling in the sunlight, now seemed to shimmer with a fragile desperation, their beauty a defiant but hollow stand against the inevitable. Kael stood on the balcony of the great library, watching as the horizon trembled under the weight of rising storm clouds. He could feel it in his bones. The end was near. Kael had devoted himself entirely to preparing for the catastrophe he knew was coming. Alongside the small group of allies he had gathered, he worked tirelessly in secret, constructing the arks that he hoped would save at least some of Atlantis's people. The vessels were massive, their curved hulls reinforced with rare materials designed to withstand the fury of the sea. They were hidden in a secluded cove outside the city, far from the prying eyes of the elite, who still refused to acknowledge the signs of their impending doom. The work was grueling, but it gave Kael a purpose that dulled the sting of despair. Each hammer strike and joint sealed felt like an act of defiance against the fate the goddess had foretold. Yet, as the days passed, the sense of urgency grew unbearable. The sea was no longer a gentle guardian. Its waves lashed against the shores with increasing ferocity, eroding the once pristine beaches. Earthquakes, subtle at first, began to rattle the city, sending hairline fractures through its alabaster streets and causing the crystal walls of the library to hum with a haunting vibration. Lyara's days were consumed by her duties at the Temple of Tides, where fear now hung heavy in the air. The sacred waters, once a source of calm and clarity, had turned turbulent, their surface marred by strange, luminous whirlpools that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. The priests and acolytes murmured of divine wrath, their faith shaken by the growing chaos. Lyara did her best to lead them, performing rituals and offering prayers with a conviction she no longer felt. She had shared the goddess's warning with Kael, but had kept it from the others, fearing that the truth would spark panic. Late one night, Lyara slipped away from the temple to join Kael in the hidden cove. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery light over the nearly completed arcs. Kael was overseeing the final preparations, his face drawn with exhaustion, but his eyes burning with determination. When he saw her, he set down his tools and crossed the cove to meet her. "They're almost ready," he said, his voice low but steady. "We'll need to start gathering people soon. We don't have much time." Lyara nodded, her expression grave. "The signs are everywhere. The goddess isn't waiting any longer. The balance is breaking." Kael reached out and took her hands in his grip firm and grounding. "We'll get through this, Lyara. Together. We'll save as many as we can." Tears welled in her eyes, but she blinked them away. "I don't know if the goddess will allow it," she said. "She warned me of sacrifice, Kael. I don't know what she'll demand." Kael didn't answer immediately. He looked out at the sea, its waves glowing faintly under the moonlight, as if the water itself were alive. "Then we give her everything we have," he said finally. "If it means saving even a piece of Atlantis, it's worth it." The days that followed were a blur of frantic activity. Kael and his allies worked to spread word of the arcs, speaking in whispers to those they trusted and urging them to prepare for the journey ahead. They faced resistance from many who still clung to the belief that Atlantis was eternal, that its greatness would shield it from any disaster. The elite, entrenched in their palatial estates, scoffed at the warnings, dismissing Kael and his followers as fearmongers. But the common folk, who had long felt the cracks in the city's foundation, began to listen. Families quietly packed their belongings, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and hope. Lyara continued her duties at the temple, torn between her role as high priestess and her loyalty to Kael. She knew that if her involvement in his plans were discovered, she would be cast out, or worse. Yet she couldn't stand idly by as the city marched toward its doom. Each night, after the temple fell silent, she joined Kael in the cove, helping to prepare the arcs and offering comfort to those who had chosen to trust in their plan. As the final days drew near, the unrest in Atlantis reached a boiling point. The earthquakes grew more violent, toppling statues and sending tremors through the golden spires. The sea began to encroach on the city, its waves surging over the canals and flooding the lower districts. Panic spread like wildfire, and the once harmonious society descended into chaos. The common folk, desperate for answers, flocked to the temple, begging Lyara and the other priests for guidance. The elite retreated behind the walls of their estates, their opulence offering little comfort against the growing terror. On the eve of the disaster, a great storm descended upon Atlantis. The skies were an unnatural shade of green, illuminated by flashes of lightning that seemed to strike the sea itself. The winds howled like a chorus of mourning spirits, and the rain fell in torrents, mingling with the tears of those who had finally realized the truth of their fate. Kael stood at the cove, overseeing the boarding of the arcs as waves crashed against the shore. Families huddled together, clutching what little they had managed to bring, their faces pale with fear. Lyara arrived just as the first ark was being pushed into the water. She was soaked to the bone, her white robes clinging to her form as she fought against the wind. Kael rushed to her, relief flooding his features as he pulled her into an embrace. "I couldn't leave without making sure you were safe," she said, her voice barely audible over the storm. Kael cupped her face in his hands, his eyes searching hers. "I'm not leaving without you," he said. "We'll face this together." Lyara nodded, but her heart was heavy with the knowledge of what she had to do. She had spent the night in the temple, praying for guidance, and the goddess had answered. The sacrifice she had feared was not a question of if, but when. She would give everything to save the people of Atlantis, even if it meant leaving Kael behind. As the last of the survivors boarded the arks, Lyara pulled Kael aside. The storm raged around them, the wind whipping their hair and the rain stinging their skin. She placed a hand on his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. "Kael," she said, her voice trembling, "you have to promise me something." "Anything," he said without hesitation. "Promise me you'll lead them, that you'll keep them safe no matter what happens." Kael frowned, his brows knitting together in confusion. "What are you talking about? We're doing this together." Lyara shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "I have to stay," she said. "The goddess, she won't let us leave without a sacrifice." Kael's grip on her tightened. "No," he said, his voice breaking. "There has to be another way." "There isn't," she said, her voice firm despite the tears. "This is my duty, Kael. It always has been." Before he could argue further, Lyara leaned in and kissed him, her lips soft and desperate against his. When she pulled away, she stepped back, her hand slipping from his grasp. Kael reached for her, but the waves surged between them, carrying him toward the ark as Lyara turned and ran back toward the temple. Kael's cries were lost in the storm as he was pulled aboard the ark, his heart shattering as he watched her disappear into the chaos. Lyara returned to the temple, where the sacred waters now glowed with a blinding light. She knelt by the largest pool, her hands trembling as she began the final ritual. The goddess's voice filled the temple, resonant and sorrowful, as Lyara offered her life in exchange for the safety of those she loved. As the ritual reached its climax, the storm began to abate. The seas calmed, and the arks were carried away from the city on a gentle current. But Atlantis itself was not spared. The ground split open, swallowing the golden spires and the alabaster streets. The sea rose to claim the city, its waves crashing over the temple as Lyara whispered her final prayer. When the survivors looked back, they saw only the churning ocean where Atlantis had once stood. Kael stood at the edge of the ark, clutching the token Lyara had left him, his tears mixing with the rain. Atlantis was gone, but her sacrifice had ensured that its spirit would live on in those who had survived. The night the sea came for Atlantis was unlike anything its people had ever seen. The day had been foreboding enough, with a dense, unnatural heat hanging in the air, suffocating and still. The skies had grown darker than the city's most powerful storms ever warranted, churning with clouds the color of molten iron. The usual songs of birds and hum of life that filled Atlantis were conspicuously absent, replaced by the faint, distant rumble of the restless ocean. It was as if the world itself held its breath, waiting for what was to come. Kael stood on the cliffs overlooking the city, the salty wind tugging at his tunic. Below him, Atlantis stretched out in all its fragile beauty, its golden spires and alabaster streets bathed in the dim, ghostly glow of a setting sun that refused to shine. The canals, once crystalline and tranquil, were roiling with dark waters that threatened to overflow. Farther out, the sea churned violently, its waves rising higher and higher, foaming like the mouths of enraged beasts. Kael's hands clenched at his sides as he watched the ominous scene. He knew there was no more time. Down in the cove, the arks lay ready, their massive forms hidden beneath the shadow of the cliffs. Over the past days, Kael and his allies had ferried as many people as they could to the vessels, their hurried whispers drowned out by the growing storms. Families huddled on the decks of the arks, their faces pale with fear and exhaustion. Some clutched what few belongings they had salvaged, while others held on to loved ones as if letting go would mean losing them forever. The air was thick with tension, and the quiet murmurs of prayers spoken in desperation. Kael turned from the city and made his way down the narrow path to the cove. His heart pounded with every step, not just from the urgency of the moment, but from the knowledge that Lyara was still in the temple. She had promised to join him once her final ritual was complete, but Kael couldn't shake the feeling that she wouldn't come. He tried to push the thought from his mind as he reached the cove, where his closest allies were finishing preparations for departure. The storm hit with terrifying force, just as the final ark was being pushed into the water. Winds howled like wild animals, tearing through the cliffs and sending waves crashing against the shore with a deafening roar. The rain fell in torrents, cold and stinging, soaking Kael to the bone as he directed the last group of survivors onto the ark. The sea, which had always been a source of life and abundance for Atlantis, now seemed intent on consuming everything in its path. As the first ark began to drift away from the shore, Kael scanned the crowd for Lyara, his chest tightening with each passing moment. She wasn't there. His pulse quickened, and a cold dread settled over him. He turned to one of his allies, a young woman named Sira, who had been his most steadfast supporter. "Where's Lyara?" he shouted over the wind, his voice raw with panic. Sira's face was pale, her dark hair plastered to her skin by the rain. She shook her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. "She hasn't come, Kael. She's still at the temple." Kael's breath caught, and for a moment the chaos around him faded into the background. He felt as though the world had tilted beneath his feet, the ground giving way to a chasm he couldn't cross. Without a word, he turned and ran back toward the cliffs, his legs carrying him with a speed fueled by desperation. Sira called after him, but her voice was lost in the cacophony of the storm. The climb back up the cliffs was treacherous. The wind threatened to throw Kael off balance, and the rain turned the stone beneath his feet slick and unstable. His heart pounded in his chest as he pushed forward, his mind consumed by a single thought. He couldn't leave her behind. Not like this. Not when they had come so far together. By the time Kael reached the city, the destruction was already underway. The golden spires that had stood as symbols of Atlantis' greatness were crumbling, their foundations shaken by violent tremors that split the earth. Fires had broken out in several districts, their flames licking hungrily at the rain-soaked air. The canals had overflowed, their waters rushing through the streets in a torrent that swept away anything in their path. The screams of the city's inhabitants filled the air, their cries for help drowned out by the unrelenting roar of the sea. Kael made his way through the chaos, his eyes fixed on the distant outline of the Temple of Tides. The temple's silhouette was faint against the storm-lit sky, its towering columns swaying as if struggling to remain upright. He forced himself to keep moving, his feet slipping on the waterlogged streets as he navigated through the crowds of panicked citizens. Some reached out to him, begging for guidance, but Kael could offer them nothing. His focus was solely on Lyara. When he reached the temple, the scene that greeted him was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The sacred waters of the temple pools were no longer calm, but erupted violently, glowing with a blinding light that cast eerie shadows across the walls. The air was thick with an energy that seemed to hum with the voice of the goddess herself. a sound that resonated deep within Kael's bones. Lyara stood at the edge of the central pool, her white robes billowing in the wind. She was radiant, her figure illuminated by the glow of the water, but there was a stillness to her that made Kael's heart ache. She turned to him as he entered, her expression a mixture of sorrow and resolve. "You shouldn't have come back," she said, her voice steady despite the storm raging around them. Kael shook his head, his chest heaving with the effort of catching his breath. "I couldn't leave you, Lyara. You're not doing this alone." She stepped toward him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "You don't understand. I have to stay. The goddess has made it clear. This is the only way." Kael reached for her, his hands gripping her shoulders as if to anchor her to him. "We can find another way. We can face this together." Lyara placed her hands over his, her touch warm despite the cold that seemed to seep into everything else. "Kael," she said softly, "this is my duty. The goddess demands a sacrifice, and it has to be me." "No," Kael said, his voice breaking. "You can't ask me to accept that." Tears streamed down Liara's face as she leaned her forehead against his. "It's not what I want, Kael, but it's what's needed. You have to lead them now. You have to save what's left." Kael's grip tightened as he fought back his own tears. "I can't do this without you." "You can," Lyara said, her voice firm but tender. "You have to." The temple shook violently as another tremor rippled through the city, the columns cracking and groaning under the strain. Lyara pulled away from Kael, her hands slipping from his grasp. She turned back to the pool, her posture resolute. "Go," she said, her voice filled with a quiet strength. "Save them, Kael. That's how you honor me." Kael stood frozen, his mind screaming for him to stop her, to do something, anything. But as the light from the pool intensified, he knew there was no changing her mind. With a final, anguished cry, he turned and ran, his heart shattering with each step that carried him farther from her. As Kael fled the temple, the light within it grew brighter, piercing the stormy sky like a beacon. The ground beneath him trembled violently, and he stumbled but kept moving, his legs carrying him toward the cliffs where the arcs waited. Behind him, the temple crumbled, its once majestic form consumed by the sea. When Kael reached the cove, he was met with silence. The storm had begun to abate, the winds dying down and the rain falling to a gentle drizzle. The arcs floated in the water, their passengers watching in stunned silence as Atlantis was swallowed by the waves. Kael climbed aboard the final arc, his body trembling with exhaustion and grief. He stood at the edge of the vessel, his eyes fixed on the place where the temple had stood, now nothing more than a churning vortex of water and light. The arcs drifted away from the cove, carried by a calm current that seemed almost unnatural in its stillness. Kael clutched the token Lyara had left him, a small shell, its surface smooth and iridescent. He held it tightly, his tears falling freely as he whispered her name. As the arcs sailed into the open ocean, Atlantis disappeared beneath the waves, its golden spires and alabaster streets lost to the depths. But the memory of its beauty and the sacrifice that had ensured its legacy lived on in the hearts of those who had survived. Kael vowed to honor Lyara's sacrifice by leading them to a new beginning, one built on the lessons of the past and the hope for a brighter future. The journey of the survivors began in silence, a silence so profound that it weighed heavily on every soul aboard the arcs. The once vibrant hum of Atlantis was gone, replaced by the gentle lapping of waves against the wooden hulls and the faint creaks of the vessels as they drifted across the endless expanse of ocean. The air was thick with the scent of salt and damp wood, and the only light came from the faint glow of the stars overhead, unobstructed now by the golden spires that had once reached for the heavens. Atlantis was no more, swallowed by the sea, and with it had gone the dreams, the hubris, and the splendor that had defined it. Kael stood at the prow of the lead ark, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He had not spoken since they departed the cove, his grief too immense to put into words. The token Lyara had left him, a small iridescent shell, rested in his hand, its smooth surface cool against his skin. He turned it over and over, as if the simple act of holding it could anchor him to her memory. But the pain of her absence was a constant ache, a hollow void that threatened to consume him. Around him, the survivors moved quietly, their voices hushed as they whispered prayers or murmured words of comfort to one another. Families huddled together, clutching their children and what few possessions they had managed to save. Some wept openly, their tears falling into the sea, while others sat in stunned silence, their gazes distant and unfocused. The weight of their loss was palpable, a shared burden that bound them together even as it threatened to break them. Kael's closest ally, Sira, approached him cautiously. Her dark eyes were red-rimmed from tears, but her expression was resolute. She placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch light but grounding. "You need to speak to them," she said softly. "They need to hear from you." Kael turned to look at her, his brow furrowed. "What can I possibly say?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "What words could make any of this better?" "It's not about making it better," Sira replied. "It's about giving them hope. You're their leader now, whether you want to be or not. They're looking to you." Kael hesitated, the weight of her words sinking in. He had never wanted to be a leader. He had never sought power or authority. All he had wanted was to save as many lives as he could, to give Atlantis a chance at a future. But now, with Atlantis gone, he realized that the survivors needed more than just a plan. They needed a reason to believe that life could go on. Reluctantly, Kael stepped away from the prow and climbed onto a wooden crate that had been lashed to the deck. The survivors turned to look at him, their faces pale and expectant. He took a deep breath, steadying himself before he spoke. "I know that nothing I say can take away the pain we're all feeling right now," he began, his voice trembling but clear. "We've lost so much, our home, our loved ones, everything we knew. Atlantis is gone, and there's no going back." A murmur rippled through the crowd, some nodding in solemn agreement, others lowering their heads as fresh tears spilled down their cheeks. Kael swallowed hard, forcing himself to continue. "But even in the face of this loss, we are still here," he said, his voice growing stronger. "We survived. And as long as we live, so does the spirit of Atlantis. It's not the city that defined us. It's the people. It's our knowledge, our resilience, our love for one another. Those are the things we carry with us, and those are the things that will help us build a new future." He paused, letting his words sink in. The survivors were listening, their eyes fixed on him with a mixture of sorrow and hope. Encouraged, he pressed on. "The sea may have taken our city, but it has also given us a chance to start over, to learn from our mistakes, to create something better. It won't be easy, and there will be times when it feels impossible. But if we stand together, If we hold on to the best parts of who we are, we can make it through this. We can honor those we've lost by living, by thriving, by never forgetting what Atlantis stood for." A silence followed his words, heavy and expectant. Then, slowly, one of the survivors began to clap. Others joined in, the sound hesitant at first, but growing stronger. It wasn't a celebration, but a recognition of the truth in his words, a tentative step toward hope. Kael felt a flicker of warmth in his chest, a fragile but undeniable sense of purpose. As the days stretched into weeks, the survivors settled into a rhythm aboard the arks. The vessels, though crowded, were well constructed, their supplies carefully rationed to ensure that no one went hungry. The work of maintaining the arks and navigating the open ocean gave the people a sense of focus, a way to channel their grief into something productive. Kael and Sira worked tirelessly, coordinating efforts and tending to the needs of the survivors. They took turns steering the arks, relying on the stars to guide their path. Kael often found himself gazing at the horizon, his thoughts drifting to Lyara. He missed her with a pain that felt physical, a constant ache that no amount of time seemed to dull. He thought of her final moments in the temple, the resolve in her eyes as she chose to stay behind. Her sacrifice had saved them, but it had also left a void that no one else could fill. He clutched the shell she had given him, drawing strength from its presence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, Kael gathered the survivors on the deck of the lead ark. They stood together, their faces turned toward the setting sun, their silhouettes outlined against the fading light. "We've come so far," Kael said, his voice carrying over the gentle sound of the waves. "And we still have a long way to go. But tonight, I want us to take a moment to remember those we've lost, to honor their lives, their sacrifices, and their love." He reached into his tunic and pulled out the shell, holding it up so that the light caught its iridescent surface. "This was given to me by someone I loved deeply, someone who gave everything so that we could be here. I carry it with me as a reminder of her, of what she stood for, of what we're fighting to preserve." The survivors watched in silence, their expressions somber but reflective. One by one, they began to share their own memories, their voices weaving a tapestry of loss and resilience. Stories of parents, siblings, friends, and lovers filled the air, their words a testament to the lives that had been left behind. It was a moment of collective mourning, but also one of unity, a reminder that they were not alone in their grief. As the stars emerged, their light reflected on the still waters, Kael felt a sense of quiet determination settle over him. Atlantis was gone, but its spirit lived on in the people who had survived. Together, they would find a new home, a place where they could build a future that honored the best of what Atlantis had been. The road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time since the deluge, Kael felt a flicker of hope. The arks sailed on, their wooden hulls creaking softly as they moved through the open ocean. The survivors, though weary, held their heads high, their gazes fixed on the horizon. They carried with them the memory of Atlantis, not as a monument to their past, but as a promise to their future. In their hearts, they carried the light of the Golden City, a light that would guide them through the darkness and into the dawn of a new beginning. The memory of Atlantis lingered like the faint hum of a distant melody, resonating within the hearts of those who had escaped its watery grave. Though the city itself had been swallowed by the sea, its spirit endured in the survivors who drifted across the open ocean, seeking a new home. They carried with them fragments of a vanished world, stories, knowledge, traditions, and a sense of wonder that could not be drowned, no matter how high the waves had risen. For them, Atlantis was no longer a physical place, but a beacon of what could be, a reminder of both humanity's potential and its flaws. Kael stood at the helm of the lead arc, watching as the first light of dawn spilled across the horizon. The ocean stretched endlessly in every direction, a vast and unknowable expanse. Yet, within its seeming emptiness, Kael found a strange sense of peace. The waves whispered softly, their rhythm soothing, as if the sea itself were offering a fragile truce. He gripped the token Lyara had left him, a small iridescent shell, turning it over in his hands. Its cool surface was a tether to her memory, a reminder of her sacrifice and the promise he had made to her, to lead, to protect, and to honor the spirit of Atlantis. The survivors had begun to rebuild themselves in small but meaningful ways. Though they were adrift, the arcs became floating sanctuaries, microcosms of the world they had lost. Families gathered each evening to share meals, their voices carrying across the decks in quiet conversation. Elders told stories of Atlantis, their words painting vivid pictures of the city's golden spires, its shimmering canals, and the boundless ingenuity of its people. Children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations piecing together a vision of a home they would never see. And yet, the tales were tinged with caution, a reminder that the grandeur of Atlantis had been its greatest weakness. Kael had made it a priority to preserve the knowledge of Atlantis. The great library, with its endless shelves of scrolls and codices, had been lost to the waves, but the survivors carried fragments of its wisdom within their minds. Scribes worked tirelessly to record what they could remember, inscribing their memories onto parchment salvaged from the wreckage. They documented everything: Atlantean science, medicine, philosophy, art, and even the smallest details of daily life. Kael encouraged this work, knowing that it was not enough to simply survive. They had to ensure that the legacy of Atlantis would endure. Among the survivors, there was a woman named Maris, a former artisan who had once created intricate mosaics that adorned the walls of the palace. She had taken it upon herself to chronicle their journey, crafting a sprawling tapestry that depicted the rise and fall of Atlantis. Each night, she sat under the stars, weaving threads of gold, blue, and crimson into scenes of breathtaking beauty and heartbreaking tragedy. Her work became a symbol of resilience, a way for the survivors to process their grief and find meaning in their loss. One evening, as Maris worked on her tapestry, Kael approached her. The glow of the lantern beside her illuminated her hands as they moved deftly, weaving strands into the fabric with practiced precision. "It's beautiful," Kael said, his voice soft. Maris looked up, her expression weary but warm. "Thank you," she replied. "I just hope it does justice to what we've lost." Kael nodded, his gaze lingering on the tapestry. It depicted Atlantis in all its glory, its spires reaching toward the heavens, its canals alive with light. But there was also darkness, storm clouds gathering, waves rising, and the faint outline of a crumbling temple. "You're doing more than that," Kael said. "You're helping us remember, and remembering is how we honor them." Maris smiled faintly and returned to her work, her fingers weaving stories into threads. Kael watched her for a moment longer before turning to gaze at the horizon. The stars were bright overhead, their light reflected in the still waters. It was in these quiet moments that Kael felt Lyara's presence most acutely, as if she were a part of the stars, watching over them. The journey was not without its challenges. The ocean was vast and unforgiving, and the survivors often faced storms that tested their resolve. Supplies ran low and tempers occasionally flared, but Kael and his allies worked tirelessly to maintain order and unity. Each challenge became a lesson, a reminder that they could not afford to repeat the mistakes of the past. The survivors learned to adapt, to live in harmony with the sea rather than seek to dominate it. They fished carefully, taking only what they needed, and offered prayers of gratitude for every meal. They repaired their vessels with ingenuity, using materials salvaged from the wreckage of their old lives. After months adrift, the arks finally reached a cluster of islands rising like emeralds from the sea. The sight of land brought cries of joy and relief from the survivors, many of whom fell to their knees in gratitude. The islands were lush and untouched, their shores lined with white sand, and their interiors dense with forests that teemed with life. It was a stark contrast to the engineered beauty of Atlantis, but it held a wild, untamed allure that spoke to the survivors' longing for a fresh start. Kael was among the first to set foot on the island's shores. He knelt in the sand, letting it sift through his fingers, and breathed deeply of the salt-tinged air. It was not Atlantis, but it was a beginning. The survivors followed him, their steps hesitant but filled with hope. They began to explore the islands, marveling at their natural beauty and abundance. Streams of fresh water flowed freely, and the forests bore fruits and herbs they had only read about in ancient texts. Building a new settlement was no easy task, but the survivors approached it with determination. They worked together, drawing on their collective knowledge and skills to construct homes, cultivate crops, and create a community that valued equality and balance. There were no grand palaces, no golden spires, only simple structures built with care and respect for the land. Kael ensured that the lessons of Atlantis were woven into the fabric of their new society. They established councils to make decisions collectively, and they placed a strong emphasis on education, ensuring that every child learned the stories and values of their people. The legacy of Atlantis began to take shape in this new land, not as a recreation of the lost city, but as an evolution of its ideals. The survivors embraced the balance they had once taken for granted, living in harmony with the natural world rather than seeking to control it. They found joy in the simplicity of their new lives, in the laughter of children, the warmth of shared meals, and the beauty of the stars that guided them. Kael, though still haunted by the memory of Lyara and the city they had lost, found solace in the resilience of his people. He often walked the shores of the island, the shell she had given him clutched tightly in his hand. On one such walk, he paused to gaze out at the horizon, his thoughts drifting to her. "You would have loved it here," he murmured, his voice carried away by the wind. "We're doing our best to honor you, to honor Atlantis. I hope you can see that." As the years passed, the survivors' settlement grew into a thriving community. They named their new home Eloria, a tribute to Atlantis and the goddess of the sea. The tapestry Maris had woven was displayed in the central hall, a constant reminder of their journey and the sacrifices that had brought them to this place. The stories of Atlantis became legends, passed down from one generation to the next, their truths interwoven with the myths that would one day spread across the world. In time, the memory of Atlantis would fade, its name becoming little more than a whisper on the wind, a tale told to curious children. but its legacy endured in the hearts of those who carried its light forward. The survivors of Atlantis had found a new home, not just on the islands they now called their own, but in the resilience and hope that bound them together. And in that, the spirit of Atlantis lived on, eternal and unbroken. Under the ancient canopy of an enchanted forest, where the trees stood like sentinels whispering secrets of a forgotten age, a temple lay hidden in the heart of the wilderness. Its towering spires pierced the dense mist, their tips glinting faintly in the pale moonlight. The temple was a relic of a time long past, its walls adorned with intricate carvings of battles, heroes, and a shadowy enemy vanquished but never entirely gone. The air was thick with the scent of moss and the faint hum of magic, a constant reminder that this place was not entirely of the mortal realm. The story began long before the first stone of the temple was laid, in an age when the land was young and the heavens waged war against the darkness. It was said that the gods themselves had descended upon the earth to gift humanity a champion, a hero born from both mortal and divine blood. This hero, known only by the name inscribed in forgotten tongues, had risen to stand against an unspeakable evil, a creature of shadow and flame that sought to consume all light and plunge the world into eternal night. The hero's journey was the stuff of legends. Tales were sung in mead halls and whispered by campfires about the warrior who wielded a sword forged in the stars, its blade glowing with an unearthly light. It was said that the hero's eyes burned with the fire of 1,000 suns, their voice commanding armies of mortals and immortals alike. With each victory, the people of the land rallied behind the hero, finding hope in their strength and purpose in their defiance. But hope, like fire, could be a fragile thing, and even the brightest flames could falter. In the final battle, as the dark armies surged forward like an unstoppable tide, the hero confronted the great evil within this very temple. The walls bore witness to their struggle, each blow resonating through the stones, leaving cracks that wept with light. The heavens themselves seemed to hold their breath as the hero drove the enemy back into the void from whence it had come. But the victory came at a cost. The hero vanished, their fate lost to the winds of time, and though the shadow had been sealed away, whispers persisted that it was merely biding its time, waiting for the day it could rise again. The temple became a sacred place, a shrine to the hero's sacrifice and a symbol of humanity's resilience. Pilgrims traveled far and wide to pay homage, leaving offerings and prayers at the altar. Over centuries, the temple fell into ruin, its purpose forgotten by all but the most devout. Nature reclaimed it, vines creeping up the walls and roots breaking through the stone floors. Yet the magic lingered, a silent guardian preserving the memory of what once was. On this night, the forest was eerily still. The usual symphony of nocturnal creatures had given way to an unnatural silence, broken only by the faint rustle of leaves as a cold breeze swept through the trees. The moon hung low in the sky, its pale light casting long shadows that seemed to writhe and shift. Deep within the temple, the carvings on the walls began to glow faintly, the ancient runes pulsing with a rhythm that mimicked a heartbeat. The air grew heavier, charged with an unseen energy that prickled the skin and sent shivers down the spine. At the center of the temple, where a massive stone altar stood, a flicker of light appeared, barely brighter than a candle's flame. It hovered above the altar, growing steadily until it illuminated the entire chamber. The carvings seemed to come alive, the scenes of battle and heroism replaying as if to remind the world of what had been lost. And then, from the depths of the light, a voice emerged. It was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, but carried the weight of millennia. It spoke in a language that had not been heard for centuries, its words resonating with power and sorrow. The runes along the walls flared brighter with each syllable, and the light above the altar shifted, forming the silhouette of a figure cloaked in radiant energy. This figure was the hero, or at least a memory of them, etched into the fabric of the temple itself. Their form shimmered like a mirage, details impossible to discern, yet the sheer presence was overwhelming. The voice continued, a call to arms, a warning of the darkness stirring once more. The seal that had held the great evil at bay was weakening, and the time was fast approaching when the world would need a champion again. But who would answer the call? The figure faded as the light began to wane, leaving the chamber in near darkness once more. Only the faint glow of the runes remained, their light a fragile ember in the vast expanse of shadow. Outside, the wind picked up, carrying with it the faintest echo of the voice, as if the very air sought to carry the message to those who might listen. Far away, beyond the forest and the ruins, a young warrior stirred in their sleep. Dreams of battles they had never fought, and faces they had never known filled their mind, vivid and unrelenting. They saw themselves standing in the temple, the radiant blade in their hand, and the weight of the world on their shoulders. They awoke with a start, heart pounding, and a single word on their lips. A name they did not recognize, but felt as though it had been carved into their soul. The night continued, but it was no longer silent. Somewhere deep in the woods, a low, guttural growl rumbled, the sound of something ancient and malevolent awakening from its slumber. The shadows in the forest seemed to stretch longer, darker, as if reaching toward the temple. And in the stillness of their small room, the warrior sat wide-eyed, the faint glow of the moon illuminating the question that now consumed their thoughts. Who am I? And why do I feel as though I have been here before? The kingdom of Eldrath stretched far and wide, a patchwork of rolling plains, dense forests, and jagged mountains that pierced the sky. Its heart was the city of Syndralis, a bustling metropolis encircled by towering stone walls that bore the scars of countless sieges. The streets within were alive with the cacophony of life. Vendors hawking their wares, blacksmiths hammering steel, and children weaving through the crowds, their laughter echoing against the buildings. But beneath this lively surface lay an undercurrent of unease, a tension that had settled over the city like a fog. Whispers of dark omens and inexplicable events spread from tavern to tavern, each tale more fantastical than the last. People spoke of shadows moving of their own accord, livestock disappearing in the night, and strange lights seen in the far-off hills. Though most dismissed these as the wild fabrications of drunken tongues, the air seemed heavier, as if the land itself were holding its breath. Among the crowds that filled the streets, a lone figure moved with purpose, weaving through the throng like a shadow slipping between rays of sunlight. The warrior, known simply as Kael, was no stranger to the city, though they belonged more to the wilds beyond its walls than to the cramped alleyways and narrow streets of Syndralis. Kael's armor was worn but functional, its dark leather reinforced with steel plates that bore the marks of countless battles. A long sword hung at their hip, its hilt wrapped in fraying leather, while a small shield was strapped to their back, scratched and battered from years of use. The warrior's face was half hidden beneath the hood of a weathered cloak, but their piercing green eyes missed nothing, scanning the crowds with a practiced gaze that spoke of a lifetime spent surviving. Kael had lived many lives within their 30 years. Once a farmer's child in a quiet village nestled at the edge of the Eldran forest, they had been forced to grow up quickly when raiders descended upon their home, leaving nothing but ashes and memories behind. The loss of family, friends, and the only life they had ever known had forged Kael into something harder, sharper. They had joined a band of mercenaries, learning the ways of the sword and the intricacies of survival in a world that seemed intent on devouring the weak. Over time, Kael had earned a reputation as a capable and reliable fighter, one who asked no questions and demanded no loyalty beyond what the coin dictated. But there was something else that set Kael apart, something unspoken and unacknowledged even by the warrior themselves. It was in the way their instincts seemed to guide them unerringly through battle, how they could anticipate an enemy's move before it was made, or how they always seemed to know when danger was near. Others had noticed it, of course, though few dared to speak of it openly. Kael's comrades whispered of luck, of divine favor, or of something darker, but Kael paid them no mind. To the warrior, it was simply a matter of survival, a honed edge that kept death at bay. Tonight, Kael found themselves in one of the less reputable parts of Syndralis, where the streets were narrower, the shadows deeper, and the air tinged with the acrid scent of smoke and refuse. The tavern they entered was small and dimly lit, its wooden beams blackened from years of exposure to pipe smoke and firelight. The patrons were a rough crowd, mercenaries, thieves, and those who preferred the company of shadows to sunlight. Conversations quieted as Kael stepped through the door, a dozen pairs of eyes briefly turning to assess the newcomer before returning to their drinks or whispered dealings. Kael moved to a corner table, their back to the wall, and waited. The barkeep approached after a time, a broad-shouldered man with a missing tooth and a perpetual scowl. Without waiting for Kael to speak, he set a tankard of ale on the table and leaned in close. "He's in the back," the man muttered, jerking his head toward a curtain that separated the main room from a smaller, more private space. Kael slid a coin across the table in response, their eyes narrowing as the barkeep moved away. The warrior took a sip of the ale, grimaced at its bitterness, and then rose, pushing aside the curtain to enter the back room. The man waiting for Kael was older, his hair streaked with gray and his face lined with the weight of years. He sat at a small table cluttered with maps, scrolls, and a single flickering candle. His eyes, sharp and calculating, fixed on Kael as they entered, and he gestured for them to sit. "Kael," he said, his voice low and gravelly, "I have a job for you. Dangerous, but well paid." Kael remained silent, their expression unreadable as they listened. The man, who went by the name Garen, was a frequent employer of mercenaries, known for taking on tasks that others deemed too risky or morally questionable. He leaned forward, tapping a map with one finger. "There's trouble brewing in the eastern reaches," he continued. "Villages going dark, entire caravans disappearing. Something's out there, something more than bandits or beasts. I need someone to investigate, to find out what's happening and, if necessary, put an end to it." Kael's eyes flicked to the map, noting the marked locations, remote villages on the edge of the kingdom, near the border of the cursed lands. They recognized the names: though they had never been to those places. The cursed lands were a blight on Eldrath, a desolate region shunned by all but the most desperate or foolhardy. Stories of unnatural creatures and ancient curses were common among those who lived near its borders, though few could separate truth from superstition. "What's the pay?" Kael asked finally, their voice calm and steady. Garen named a sum that made the risk seem almost worth it, but Kael knew better than to be swayed by coin alone. "What aren't you telling me?" they pressed, their eyes narrowing. Garen hesitated, then sighed. "There's talk of something old," he admitted. "Something that doesn't belong to this world. The kind of thing you don't want to face alone. That's why I'm asking you, Kael. You've dealt with worse than most." Kael said nothing, their thoughts churning as they considered the offer. They didn't believe in curses or ancient evils, but they had seen enough of the world to know that the unknown could be just as dangerous as the things they understood. After a moment, they nodded. "I'll do it," they said, rising from their seat. Garen looked relieved, though he tried to hide it. "Good," he said. "You leave at first light. I'll make sure you have everything you need." As Kael stepped back into the main room of the tavern, the weight of the task ahead settled over them like a cloak. The whispers of unease, the strange dreams that had plagued their sleep, the sense of being watched even when alone, all of it seemed to point toward something larger, something they couldn't yet grasp. For now, though, they focused on the immediate: preparations, supplies, and rest. Whatever waited for them in the eastern reaches, Kael would face it as they always had, with sword in hand and the resolve to survive. The night wore on, the sounds of the city fading as its inhabitants sought the comfort of sleep. But for Kael, sleep did not come easily. The dreams returned, vivid and disjointed, filled with images of battles fought long ago, faces both familiar and unfamiliar, and a sense of purpose that eluded them upon waking. They awoke before dawn, the first light of day barely touching the horizon, and prepared to leave the city behind. As they passed through the gates, the rising sun cast its golden light across the land, illuminating the path ahead. Kael didn't look back. The wind howled through the peaks of the Alterian mountains, carrying with it the biting chill of high altitudes and the faint scent of snow. Kael pulled their cloak tighter, their breath forming pale clouds that lingered briefly before dissolving into the thin air. They had been traveling for days, leaving the familiar chaos of Syndralis far behind, and the rugged terrain of the mountains was proving to be an unforgiving challenge. The path wound steeply upward, little more than a jagged trail carved into the rock. Above, the sky was a swirling canvas of gray clouds, and the faintest glow of the sun barely managed to penetrate the dense, rolling mist. Kael had been told of the shrine's existence, though its exact location was shrouded in mystery and half-truths. Garen's instructions had been vague at best, a collection of cryptic directions that had led them into this desolate wilderness. The mountains were said to hold secrets older than the kingdom itself, hidden sanctuaries of ancient power where few dared to tread. According to the stories, those who sought answers from the gods or guidance in times of great need would journey to these heights, braving the elements and the perils that lurked within the crags and caves. The shrine finally came into view as Kael crested a ridge, its silhouette emerging through the mist like a phantom. It was a structure of otherworldly beauty, built into the mountain itself as though it had grown there rather than been constructed by mortal hands. Its spires twisted upward, mimicking the jagged peaks surrounding it, and the stone shimmered faintly, reflecting the light in hues of silver and blue. Intricate carvings adorned every surface, depicting scenes of battles and celestial beings locked in eternal conflict. The sight of it stopped Kael in their tracks, an unbidden shiver running down their spine. They could feel the energy emanating from the shrine, a pulsing current that seemed to resonate with the very core of their being. Pushing forward, Kael approached the entrance, a massive archway flanked by two statues that towered over them. The figures depicted warriors unlike any Kael had ever seen, their features both human and otherworldly. Their faces were serene, yet fierce, and their hands rested on the hilts of swords that seemed almost alive, the stone blades twisting and curling like tendrils of smoke. Kael hesitated for a moment, the weight of the place pressing down on them before stepping inside. The air within was warmer, though no fire or source of heat was visible. The walls glowed faintly, their carvings shimmering as if they were alive, shifting imperceptibly under Kael's gaze. The silence was profound, broken only by the faint sound of Kael's boots on the stone floor. The chamber opened into a wide hall, and at its center stood a raised dais, upon which rested a pedestal carved from the same shimmering stone as the rest of the shrine. Above the pedestal, suspended in the air, was an orb of light that pulsed with a rhythmic glow, like the beating of a heart. Kael approached slowly, their instincts on high alert. The orb seemed to beckon them, its light growing brighter as they drew near. When they stood before it, they could feel its energy radiating outward, filling the chamber with a palpable hum. Their hand hesitated before reaching out, fingers hovering inches from the glowing surface. The moment they made contact, the world around them seemed to vanish. Kael was no longer standing in the shrine. They were surrounded by light, endless and all-encompassing, yet it did not blind them. It was warm and soothing, like the embrace of an old friend. Within the light, shapes began to form, shadows coalescing into figures that moved with purpose. Kael recognized them instantly, though they had never seen them before. These were the warriors from the carvings, their features now sharp and vivid. They stood in a circle, their gazes fixed on Kael with an intensity that was both unnerving and reassuring. "You have come," one of them spoke, their voice resonating with a power that made the air vibrate. It was neither male nor female, and it seemed to come from everywhere at once. The others nodded, their expressions grave but not unkind. Kael opened their mouth to speak, but no sound emerged. The figure who had spoken raised a hand, silencing the unspoken question. "You are the one we have been waiting for," the voice continued. "The one who bears the soul of the first. The one who must finish what was left undone." Kael frowned, confusion mingling with unease. The words made no sense, yet they felt true in a way that defied explanation. Images began to flash before their eyes, scenes of battles waged in ancient times, a warrior standing against impossible odds, their sword blazing with light as they faced an enemy cloaked in darkness. Kael recognized the warrior, though their face was obscured. It was them, yet not them. The realization hit like a thunderclap, and Kael staggered, the weight of the revelation threatening to overwhelm them. "I don't understand," Kael managed to say, their voice trembling. "Who am I? What is this?" "You are Kael," the figure replied, "but you are also more. You carry the essence of the first champion, the one who stood against the great shadow. Their spirit was bound to the cycle, reborn in times of great need. That time is now." The images shifted, showing the temple from Kael's dreams, the place where the final battle had been fought. They saw the shadowy figure of the enemy, its form ever-changing, a writhing mass of darkness that consumed all light. They saw the moment of victory, the sealing of the shadow, and the hero's disappearance. And they saw the present, the seal weakening, cracks spreading across its surface as the darkness stirred once more. "The seal is failing," the figure said, their tone heavy with sorrow. "The shadow will rise again, and the world will face its greatest trial. Only you can stand against it. Only you can wield the blade that banished it before." Kael felt a surge of defiance, a flicker of the stubbornness that had carried them through countless battles. "Why me?" they demanded. "I'm just a mercenary, a survivor. I'm no hero." The figure's gaze softened, and they stepped closer, their form shimmering like a mirage. "You are more than you know," they said. "The strength of the first champion flows through you, but it is your own courage, your own will, that will determine the outcome. You are the sum of all that came before, and yet you are uniquely you." Kael's thoughts churned, a storm of doubt and disbelief warring with the undeniable truth that pulsed through their very soul. They wanted to deny it, to turn away from the burden being placed upon them, but something deep within refused to let them. The images of the shadow, of the destruction it would bring, were etched into their mind. They could not ignore the call, no matter how much they might want to. The light began to fade, the figures dissolving into the brightness. "The path will not be easy," the voice said, growing fainter. "You will face trials that will test every part of you. But remember this, you are never alone. The strength of those who came before you will guide you, and the bonds you forge will carry you forward." Kael found themselves back in the shrine, the orb of light now dim and still. Their hand fell to their side, and they stumbled back, the weight of the revelation pressing down on them like a physical force. They sank to their knees, their breath coming in shallow gasps as the enormity of what had just happened sank in. The quiet of the chamber seemed almost deafening now, the hum of the orb replaced by an oppressive silence. They sat there for what felt like hours, their mind racing with questions that had no answers. When they finally rose, their legs trembling beneath them, they knew that their life would never be the same. The path before them was shrouded in uncertainty and danger, but one thing was clear. They were no longer just Kael, the mercenary. They were the reincarnation of a hero, and their destiny was calling. The road out of the Alterian mountains was treacherous, winding through narrow passes where sheer cliffs dropped into shadowy valleys below. Kael moved cautiously, their thoughts heavy with the revelation from the shrine. The weight of the mission pressed against their chest, an invisible burden that seemed to grow heavier with each step. They had never sought glory or heroism, only survival. Yet now, destiny had placed them on a path that felt impossible to refuse. The shadow stirring in the east could not be ignored, and if the stories of the past were true, Kael would need help. Even the strongest blade faltered without companions to hold the line. Descending into the lowlands, Kael arrived at a small border town called Hallowmere, nestled between the mountains and the sprawling forests of Eldrath. The town was a patchwork of wooden cottages, crooked fences, and muddy streets, with smoke curling from chimneys into the crisp evening air. Farmers and traders moved about, their faces weathered by hard work and the uncertainty that had begun creeping through the land. Hushed conversations floated through the air. Tales of distant villages falling silent, shadows in the woods, and strange lights over the horizon. Kael headed for the only tavern in town, a squat building with a thatched roof and a weathered sign swaying in the breeze. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of ale, stew, and damp wool. The room was dimly lit, the glow of the hearth casting flickering shadows on the walls. Conversations halted briefly as Kael entered, the weight of their presence drawing curious glances, but the patrons quickly returned to their drinks and murmurs. At a corner table, Kael spotted the first of their potential allies. The rogue, a wiry man named Dain, was leaned back in his chair, his boots propped on the table. He had a face that could blend into any crowd, sharp eyes that missed nothing, and a perpetual smirk that hinted at mischief. Dahin's fingers played idly with a coin, flipping it between his knuckles in a display of effortless dexterity. He glanced up as Kael approached, raising an eyebrow but saying nothing. Kael sat across from him, placing a pouch of coins on the table. The clink of gold drew Dain's full attention, his smirk widening. "You know how to get my attention," he said, his voice low and smooth. "What's the job?" Kael leaned forward, their voice equally quiet. "Something dangerous. Something that needs a skilled hand and someone who knows how to slip through places unnoticed." Dain studied them, his expression unreadable. "Dangerous, huh? I'm guessing it's more than just bandits or a pissed-off noble." "It's bigger than that," Kael replied. "I need someone I can trust to get me into places I might not belong. Someone quick, clever, and willing to take risks." Dain chuckled, pocketing the coin. "Well, you've got my attention. Let's see if you can keep it." The next stop was the edge of Hallowmere, where a small gathering of travelers and merchants had set up camp. Among them was the healer, a young woman named Lyara. She was tending to a wounded horse, her hands moving with practiced precision as she wrapped a bandage around the animal's leg. Her auburn hair was tied back, and her green eyes held a quiet determination that belied her gentle demeanor. Kael waited until she finished her work before approaching, careful not to startle her. Lyara looked up as they neared, her expression cautious but not unfriendly. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice soft but steady. Kael nodded. "I need a healer, someone who can handle themselves in dangerous situations." Lyara frowned, wiping her hands on a cloth. "I'm not a mercenary, if that's what you're looking for." "I'm not asking you to fight," Kael replied. "But there's a threat coming. Something that could put a lot of lives at risk. I need someone who can keep us alive. Someone who cares about more than just their own survival." For a moment, Lyara said nothing, her gaze searching Kael's face. Finally, she nodded, though her expression remained uncertain. "I'll come with you, but only because it sounds like people might need help." The third ally proved more challenging to find. The mage, an enigmatic figure named Arendor, had been seen in a nearby village, though the details of his whereabouts were vague at best. Kael and their small group traveled through dense forests and open fields, the journey marked by growing tension and unease. Strange sounds echoed in the distance at night, and shadows seemed to move just beyond the edge of the firelight. When they finally found Arendor, he was in the ruins of an ancient tower, poring over a collection of books and scrolls. He was tall and thin, with sharp features and an air of arrogance that seemed to radiate from him. His robes were dark and flowing, adorned with symbols that glimmered faintly in the dim light. He looked up as the group entered, his expression one of mild annoyance. "Who are you? And why are you disturbing my work?" he demanded, his voice clipped and precise. Kael stepped forward, meeting his gaze. "We're here because we need your help. There's a shadow rising in the east, and we can't face it without someone who understands the arcane." Arendor snorted, turning back to his books. "Do you have any idea how many people come to me with tales of shadows and doom? I'm not interested in fairy tales." "This isn't a fairy tale," Kael said firmly. "I've seen it. The seal is breaking and the shadow is stirring. If we don't act, it will consume everything." Arendor paused, his hands resting on the edge of the table. He turned back to them, his eyes narrowing. "You've seen it?" Kael nodded. "At the shrine in the Alterian Mountains, I was shown the past and the future." For a moment, Arendor studied them, his expression inscrutable. Then he sighed, closing the book in front of him. "Fine, I'll come with you. But if this turns out to be a waste of my time, I'll make you regret it." With their group assembled, Kael led them back through the forests and fields, each step taking them closer to the eastern reaches where the shadow's presence was said to be strongest. The journey was fraught with challenges, skirmishes with bandits, treacherous terrain, and the constant weight of uncertainty. Yet, as they traveled together, the bonds between them began to grow. Dain's wit lightened the mood during tense moments. Lysara's compassion kept their spirits from faltering, and Arendor's sharp intellect provided invaluable insight. Kael found themselves surprised by how quickly they had come to rely on their companions. For years, they had walked their path alone, trusting no one and expecting nothing in return. Now, they were beginning to see the value of shared strength, of having others to stand beside them when the weight of the world grew too heavy to bear. One night, as they camped beneath the stars, Kael sat by the fire, their thoughts drifting to the vision they had seen in the shrine. The shadow's form loomed in their mind, a constant reminder of what lay ahead. They looked around at their companions, Dain sharpening his knives, Lysara tending to her herbs, Arendor poring over a map, and felt a flicker of hope. They were not alone, and for the first time in a long while, that thought brought them comfort. The path to the ruins was marked by silence, save for the crunch of boots against dry earth and the rustle of wind through the brittle grass. The forest had given way to an open expanse of desolation, a land stripped of life and color, where the gray skies stretched endlessly over a crumbled world. The ruins stood at the center of it all, a jagged skeleton of what had once been a grand temple or fortress. Its walls leaned precariously, and the once proud towers jutted upward like broken teeth, their stone faces scarred by the passage of time and violence. Kael's group approached cautiously, their unease mirrored in the solemn expressions of their faces. The air grew heavier as they neared the ruins, thick with an unnatural stillness that seemed to swallow sound. Even the wind seemed to falter here, as though afraid to venture too close. Lysara was the first to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. "This place feels wrong," she said, her green eyes scanning the jagged outlines of the structure. "There's something watching us." Kael tightened their grip on the hilt of their sword. They felt it too, that strange, prickling sensation at the nape of their neck, as though unseen eyes were fixed on them. Dain, always quick to mask his fear with bravado, forced a grin. "Well, let's hope whatever's watching doesn't mind sharing its secrets," I'd hate to leave empty-handed." The group pressed on, the ruins growing larger with every step. When they reached the outer edge, they found themselves standing before a massive archway, its carvings eroded but still faintly visible. The symbols etched into the stone were unlike anything Kael had seen before. Curving lines and angular shapes that seemed to shift and twist when viewed from the corner of the eye. Arendor stepped forward, his expression one of rapt focus as he traced a finger over the carvings. "These runes predate the kingdom by centuries," he murmured, his voice filled with a rare reverence. "They tell of a time when this land was under the protection of the first hero. This was their sanctuary." Kael's breath caught in their throat. The vision from the shrine came rushing back to them. The hero standing amidst light and shadow, the radiant blade in their hand, and the weight of their sacrifice etched into their very being. It felt surreal to stand in the place where that figure had once walked, to feel the echoes of their presence in the air. Inside the ruins, the sense of unease deepened. The interior was dark, the light from the gray skies struggling to penetrate the gloom. Columns, some intact and others crumbled, lined the vast hall, their surfaces adorned with murals that told a story of a great battle. Kael stopped to study one of them, their fingers brushing against the cold stone. The scene depicted a figure wielding a blazing sword, their form radiant as they fought against a writhing mass of darkness. "That's them," Kael said quietly, their voice tinged with awe. "The hero, the one who came before." Dain snorted softly, though there was no mockery in his tone. "Big shoes to fill, eh?" Kael didn't respond. The weight of those words was already crushing. They moved deeper into the ruins, the faint sound of their footsteps echoing off the walls. The group came to a wide chamber, its ceiling partially collapsed, allowing shafts of light to stream through. At the center of the room stood an altar, its surface covered in dust and debris. Surrounding it were 6 pedestals, each holding a fragment of what appeared to be a shattered tablet. Arendor approached the altar cautiously, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings for traps or hidden dangers. When none presented themselves, he turned his attention to the tablet fragments. "This must be it," he said, his voice filled with excitement. "The record of the hero's final battle. If we can piece it together, it might tell us how they defeated the shadow." Kael stepped forward, their gaze fixed on the fragments. Each one was inscribed with intricate symbols, and as they stared, the shapes seemed to shift and align, forming patterns that tugged at the edges of their memory. Without thinking, they reached out and touched one of the fragments. A sudden burst of light filled the chamber, and Kael staggered back, their vision swimming. When the light faded, they were no longer in the ruins. They stood on a battlefield, the air thick with the acrid smell of smoke and the metallic tang of blood. Around them, warriors clashed with creatures of shadow, their cries of pain and fury blending into a cacophony of chaos. At the center of it all was the hero, their blade a beacon of light in the darkness. Kael felt their heart race as they watched the figure fight, every movement filled with grace and power. But it wasn't just the hero's strength that struck Kael, it was their resolve. Even as the odds turned against them, even as their comrades fell and the shadow loomed ever closer, they fought with a determination that seemed unshakable. And then came the moment of sacrifice. The hero raised their blade high, its light flaring brighter than the sun, and plunged it into the heart of the shadow. The creature let out a deafening roar as it was consumed by the light, its form collapsing into itself until nothing remained. Kael gasped, their vision snapping back to the present. They were on their knees, their hands gripping the edge of the altar. The others surrounded them, their faces filled with concern. "Kael?" Lyara asked, her hand resting gently on their shoulder. "Are you all right?" Kael nodded slowly, their breath coming in shallow gasps. "I saw it," they said, their voice trembling. "The battle. The hero's final stand. They gave everything to stop the shadow." Arendor's expression turned serious. "And did you see how they sealed it away?" Kael closed their eyes, trying to recall every detail of the vision. "The blade," they said after a moment. The blade was the key. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a conduit, a link between the hero and the divine. Without it, they couldn't have won. Dain frowned, his arms crossed over his chest. "So, what are we supposed to do? Dig up an ancient sword and hope it still works?" Kael shook their head. "It's more than that. The blade isn't just a relic. It's tied to the hero's essence, to their spirit. If I'm truly their reincarnation, then..." They trailed off, the weight of the realization pressing down on them. "You're the only one who can wield it," Arendor finished, his tone grim. The chamber fell silent as the group absorbed the gravity of the revelation. Finally, Lyara spoke, her voice filled with quiet determination. "Then we'll find it. Whatever it takes, we'll make sure you have what you need to finish what they started." Kael looked at each of them in turn, their chest tightening with a mix of gratitude and guilt. These people, these unlikely companions, were willing to risk everything for a cause that had been thrust upon them. Kael had spent so long believing they could only rely on themselves. Yet here they were, surrounded by allies who had chosen to stand beside them. The moment of reflection was interrupted by a low, guttural growl that echoed through the chamber. The group spun around, weapons drawn, as shadows began to pool in the corners of the room. From the darkness emerged creatures unlike anything they had seen. Twisted, malformed beings with glowing red eyes and claws that gleamed like obsidian. The air grew colder, and a sense of malevolence filled the chamber. "Looks like we've got company," Dain muttered, his knives flashing in the dim light. Kael drew their sword, the familiar weight of it in their hand grounding them. "Stay close," they said, their voice steady despite the fear that clawed at the edges of their mind. The creatures lunged, and the chamber erupted into chaos. The group fought as one, their movements fluid and coordinated despite the frenzied nature of the battle. Dain darted between the creatures, his blades striking with deadly precision. Lyara moved with surprising agility, using her staff to deflect attacks and channeling bursts of healing energy to keep the group standing. Arendor unleashed waves of fire and lightning, his magic lighting up the chamber and sending shadows scattering. Kael fought with a ferocity they hadn't known they possessed, their sword cutting through the darkness with unrelenting force. For a moment, they felt the faintest connection to the hero from their vision, as though the strength of their past self was guiding their hand. When the last creature fell, the chamber grew still once more, the only sound the ragged breathing of the group. They stood together, battered but unbroken, and Kael felt a spark of hope ignite within them. The path ahead would be long and perilous, but for the first time, they believed they might have the strength to see it through. In the easternmost reaches of Eldrath, where the lands became jagged and barren, a place long forgotten by time, stirred with unnatural life. The desolation, as it was called by those who dared speak of it, stretched like a festering wound on the landscape. The earth there was blackened and cracked, exhaling an acrid stench of sulfur and decay. Rivers of molten rock snaked through the terrain, casting an eerie orange glow against the perpetual ash-filled skies. No birds flew here, no animals wandered the broken ground. It was a place of silence and ruin, as if the land itself mourned its existence. At the heart of this cursed expanse lay a massive chasm, a tear in the earth that plunged into blackness. From its depths, a faint red glow pulsed in time with an inaudible rhythm, like the heartbeat of something ancient and malevolent. The chasm had lain dormant for centuries, a relic of the battle fought by the first hero and the shadow that had nearly consumed the world. The seal placed upon the abyss had held strong for generations, a testament to the hero's sacrifice. But now, the cracks spreading across its surface told a different story. The magic that bound the shadow was failing, the seal unraveling thread by thread. The first sign of the shadow's resurgence came as a low rumble, barely audible yet powerful enough to send tremors rippling through the surrounding ground. The chasm's glow brightened, casting flickering shadows across the jagged rocks. The air grew colder, despite the rivers of molten lava, and an unnatural darkness began to seep from the abyss, spilling out like an oozing fog. It crept along the ground, curling around rocks and filling every crevice, a living entity that seemed to devour the light. Then came the voice, deep and resonant, emanating from the depths of the chasm. It spoke no words, only a guttural sound that seemed to vibrate in the marrow of bones. It was a sound of hunger and rage, of something long imprisoned that had waited with infinite patience for the chance to break free. The darkness thickened, taking shape within the chasm, coalescing into a massive figure. Its form was ever-shifting, a writhing mass of shadows and tendrils that moved as though alive. Two glowing eyes, red as molten iron, pierced through the darkness, their gaze filled with malevolence and intelligence. The shadow had no name, for it was beyond the comprehension of mortals to name such a thing. It was not a being, but a force, a manifestation of chaos and destruction, born from the void that existed before creation. Its form was an amalgamation of fear and despair, changing constantly as if to reflect the nightmares of all who gazed upon it. It rose slowly, its tendrils gripping the edges of the chasm, and let out a low growl that echoed across the desolation. The land seemed to react to its presence, trembling violently as cracks spread further across the ground. The rivers of molten rock bubbled and hissed, and the ash-filled sky grew darker, the faint sunlight swallowed by the growing presence of the shadow. It was not fully free, its essence still tethered to the remnants of the seal, but it had gained enough strength to reach beyond its prison. It could feel the world above, the fragile lives scurrying about, blissfully unaware of the doom creeping toward them. It fed on their ignorance, their complacency, drawing power from the despair that would inevitably follow. In the nearby villages, the signs of the shadow's return were becoming impossible to ignore. Livestock disappeared overnight, their pens left shattered and splattered with dark ichor. Crops withered despite the season, their leaves turning black and brittle as though scorched by invisible flames. People whispered of strange shapes in the night, shadows that moved against the natural flow of light. and a suffocating fear that settled over their homes. Entire families began to abandon their villages, seeking refuge deeper within the kingdom, though few dared to speak aloud the dread that gripped their hearts. In one such village, a young boy stood at the edge of the fields, his wide eyes fixed on the distant horizon. There, where the desolation began, the air shimmered and shifted as though caught in a heat wave, but the boy knew it was no trick of the light. He saw the darkness spreading outward, a creeping wave of black fog that seemed to move with purpose. His hand tightened on the small wooden talisman around his neck, a gift from his mother meant to ward off evil. It was a futile gesture, and he knew it. Whatever was coming, no talisman could stop it. As the boy turned to run back to his village, the ground beneath his feet shuddered violently, sending him sprawling. He scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding, and looked back toward the desolation. The darkness had grown, rising higher into the sky, its edges crackling with faint red sparks. A deafening roar split the air, a sound so primal and overwhelming that it seemed to shake the very fabric of reality. The boy clamped his hands over his ears and fled, the echoes of the roar following him all the way back to the safety of his home. Within the chasm, the shadow reveled in its growing power. It stretched its tendrils upward, testing the limits of its prison, and found the cracks wide enough to slip through. Though it could not yet fully escape, it could reach far enough to sow chaos and fear, to weaken the resolve of those who would oppose it. Fear was its greatest weapon, a seed that once planted would grow and spread until entire kingdoms fell to despair. And despair, it knew, would grant it the strength to break free entirely. The shadow turned its glowing eyes toward the west, where the heart of Eldrath lay. It could sense the flickering lights of the kingdom, the lives of its people burning like fragile candles in the distance. It could feel their hopes and dreams, their love and courage, and it hated them for it. These were the forces that had bound it centuries ago, that had defied its nature and cast it into the void. But this time would be different. This time, the hero was gone, their strength scattered to the winds of time. Or so it believed. From the depths of the chasm, the shadow sent forth a fragment of itself, a dark herald to carry its will into the world. The fragment twisted and coiled, taking on a more defined shape, a figure cloaked in darkness, humanoid but utterly inhuman. Its eyes glowed with the same malevolent red light as the shadow, and it moved with an unnatural grace, its form shifting and flowing like smoke. The herald emerged from the chasm, stepping onto the broken ground of the desolation, and began its journey westward. Wherever it passed, the land withered further, the air growing colder and heavier, as though it carried the weight of the void itself. The shadow watched its herald go, the flicker of red light in its eyes intensifying. It had waited centuries for this moment, biding its time, gathering strength in the silence of its prison. Now, at long last, the world would know its name again. The seal would break, the light would falter, and chaos would reign once more. For the shadow, there was no doubt. This time, there would be no hero to stop it. But in the distance, far from the desolation, Kael awoke from a restless sleep, their heart racing and their mind filled with a sense of dread they could not explain. The vision of the chasm and the shadow burned in their thoughts, vivid and unrelenting, as though the land itself had cried out to them in warning. They sat up, the faint glow of the campfire casting flickering shadows on their companions, and gripped the hilt of their sword. The shadow was stirring, and Kael knew there was no time to waste. The battle was coming, and they would have to be ready. The journey to the final battleground began at dawn, under a sky streaked with fiery hues of orange and red. The rising sun cast long shadows across the landscape, marking the start of a grueling trek that would take Kael and their companions through some of the most perilous terrain in Eldrath. They had prepared as best they could, gathering supplies and steeling themselves for what lay ahead. But there was an unspoken understanding among them that preparation could only go so far. The road to the heart of the desolation would test their strength, resolve, and unity in ways none of them could predict. The first leg of their journey took them through the vast, windswept plains of the lowlands. The land here was deceptively tranquil, its golden grasses swaying gently in the breeze. Yet, beneath this serene facade, there was an unmistakable tension, as if the earth itself were holding its breath. The group traveled in silence, their senses sharp and their weapons close at hand. Even Dane, who usually filled the quiet with his wit, seemed subdued, his gaze scanning the horizon for any sign of danger. As the sun climbed higher, the plains gave way to dense forests, their towering trees casting dappled shadows on the narrow paths below. The air grew cooler, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. The forest seemed alive, the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of unseen creatures creating an almost rhythmic cadence. But the deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees grew gnarled and twisted, their bark blackened as if scorched by fire, and the undergrowth thickened, making progress slow and arduous. It was here, among the darkened trees, that the first signs of the shadow's influence became apparent. Strange markings began to appear on the trunks, spiraling patterns that seemed to shift and writhe when viewed too long. The air grew colder, and a faint whispering sound filled the forest, like the murmurs of voices just beyond hearing. Lyara shivered, pulling her cloak tighter around her shoulders. "This place feels wrong," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the whispers. Kael nodded, their hand resting on the hilt of their sword. They could feel it too, a pervasive sense of unease that gnawed at the edges of their mind. "Stay close," they said, their voice steady but firm. "Whatever's out there, it won't catch us off guard." The first attack came without warning. From the shadows of the forest emerged creatures unlike anything they had encountered before. They were humanoid in shape, but grotesquely distorted, their limbs too long and their faces featureless save for glowing red eyes. They moved with unnatural speed, their jagged claws slashing through the air as they lunged at the group. Kael reacted instinctively, drawing their sword and meeting the first attacker head-on. The clash of steel against claw echoed through the forest as the battle erupted. Dain darted between the creatures with an agility born of years of practice, his twin daggers flashing as he struck with precision. Lyara stood at the center of the group, her staff glowing with a soft golden light as she cast protective wards and healed wounds with a calm determination. Arendor unleashed bursts of fire and lightning, his spells lighting up the darkened forest and reducing several of the creatures to smoldering ash. The battle was chaotic, a blur of motion and sound, but through it all, the group fought as one, their unity the key to their survival. When the last creature fell, the forest grew eerily silent once more. The companions stood among the carnage, their breaths coming in ragged gasps and their weapons slick with dark ichor. Kael wiped their blade on the grass and turned to the others. "Is everyone all right?" they asked, their voice tinged with concern. Lyara nodded, though her face was pale. "I'll be fine," she said, her hands still glowing faintly as she healed a gash on Dain's arm. "But we need to keep moving. This place isn't safe." They pressed on, the forest eventually thinning and giving way to rolling hills and rocky outcroppings. The land grew harsher the further they traveled, the once fertile soil replaced by cracked earth and jagged stones. The air grew heavier, carrying with it the faint stench of sulfur and decay. The companions spoke little, their focus fixed on the path ahead. Each step brought them closer to the desolation, and the sense of foreboding grew stronger with every passing hour. As they climbed a steep ridge, the sight that greeted them on the other side stole the breath from their lungs. The desolation stretched out before them, a vast expanse of blackened earth and molten rivers. The ground was cracked and broken, exhaling plumes of acrid smoke that rose into a sky choked with ash. In the distance, the chasm loomed, its red glow pulsing faintly like the beating of a monstrous heart. The group stood in silence, the weight of the sight pressing down on them like a physical force. "This is it," Kael said finally, their voice barely above a whisper. "The heart of the shadow." Arendor stepped forward, his sharp eyes scanning the landscape. "The closer we get, the stronger its influence will be," he said, his tone grim. "We'll face worse than what we saw in the forest. Be ready." Descending into the desolation was like stepping into another world. The air was thick and heavy, making each breath feel like a struggle. The ground beneath their feet was unstable, shifting and crumbling with every step. Strange sounds echoed in the distance, inhuman cries and the faint rumble of shifting earth. The group moved cautiously, their weapons drawn and their senses on high alert. As they approached the chasm, the attacks grew more frequent and more intense. The creatures that emerged from the shadows were larger and more grotesque, their forms twisted by the dark energy that radiated from the abyss. Each battle pushed the group to their limits, their strength and resolve tested with every encounter. But through it all, they pressed on, driven by the knowledge that failure was not an option. During one particularly brutal fight, Kael found themselves separated from the others, surrounded by 3 towering creatures. Their movements were a blur as they dodged and parried, their sword flashing with each strike. The creatures pressed closer, their claws raking the air just inches from Kael's face. A surge of determination flooded through them, and with a fierce cry, they struck a final, decisive blow, sending the last creature crumbling to the ground. When the group finally regrouped, their exhaustion was evident in their ragged breaths and battered armor. Lyara knelt beside Kael, her hands glowing as she healed a deep gash on their shoulder. "We're almost there," she said softly, her voice filled with quiet determination. "Just a little further." The final stretch of the journey was the most harrowing. The chasm loomed ever closer, its red glow bathing the surrounding landscape in an eerie light. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the air was filled with a cacophony of sounds, whispers, roars, and the faint hum of energy that seemed to vibrate in their very bones. The companions moved as one, their unity the only thing keeping them from succumbing to the overwhelming despair that permeated the air. When they finally reached the edge of the chasm, they stood in silence, staring down into the abyss. The shadow pulsed within, its tendrils writhing and reaching upward, as if sensing their presence. Kael stepped forward, their hand gripping the hilt of their sword tightly. The weight of their destiny pressed down on them, but they stood tall, their gaze fixed on the darkness below. "This is where it ends," Kael said, their voice steady despite the fear that churned within them. "No matter what happens, we face this together." Their companions nodded, each of them stepping forward to stand beside Kael. The journey had been long and arduous, but they were here, together, ready to face the final battle. The shadow awaited them, and the fate of the world hung in the balance. The edge of the chasm pulsed with a dreadful energy that resonated in the air, vibrating through the ground beneath their feet. The red glow emanating from the abyss illuminated the weary faces of Kael and their companions, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe and twist unnaturally. The oppressive heat from the molten rivers that threaded the cracked earth mingled with the icy chill of the shadow's power, creating an otherworldly atmosphere that pressed heavily on their spirits. This was the heart of the desolation, and at its core lay their greatest enemy. Kael stood at the forefront, their sword drawn, its steel reflecting the crimson light of the chasm. Each breath they took was heavy, laden with the weight of the journey that had brought them here. The shadow stirred below, its form shifting and writhing, a mass of tendrils and darkness that seemed to consume the very light around it. The glowing red eyes that had haunted Kael's visions stared up at them, filled with malice and an ancient, unyielding hunger. It was awake, and it was waiting. From the chasm, a low, guttural sound rumbled, a voice without words that seemed to crawl into their minds and claw at their thoughts. Kael tightened their grip on the hilt of their sword, willing themselves to remain steady as the shadow began to rise. Its tendrils coiled upward, gripping the edges of the abyss and pulling its massive, amorphous form into the light. The very ground trembled beneath its weight, cracks spreading outward from the chasm as the earth protested the shadow's return. Dain, standing to Kael's left, let out a low whistle, his voice tinged with a forced bravado that failed to hide his fear. "Well, that's bigger than I was expecting." Erendor, his staff glowing faintly with gathering energy, shot him a withering glare. "Focus. It's not just big, it's ancient. This is no ordinary foe." Lyara, her hands already glowing with a soft, golden light, stepped closer to Kael. "We'll face it together," she said firmly, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "No matter what." The shadow roared, a sound so deep and powerful it seemed to shake the air itself. The companions braced themselves as the creature surged forward, its tendrils lashing out with terrifying speed. Kael was the first to move, their instincts guiding them as they dodged a massive tendril that crashed into the ground where they had stood a moment before. With a shout, they leapt forward, their blade cutting through the darkness, the strike landing with a burst of light that sent a ripple through the shadow's form. Erendor unleashed a barrage of spells, his fire and lightning carving through the tendrils with precision. The shadow recoiled, its form flickering and shifting as it absorbed the blows. "Its core!" Erendor shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We have to strike its core." Kael nodded, their eyes fixed on the glowing center of the shadow's mass, a pulsing orb of red light that seemed to draw all energy toward it. But reaching it would be no easy feat. The shadow's tendrils moved like living creatures, each one acting independently yet with a shared purpose, striking and weaving to block any approach. Dain darted through the chaos, his blades flashing as he severed tendrils with quick, precise strikes, creating openings for the others to move forward. Lyara stayed close to the center of the group, her magic a constant presence as she cast protective wards and healed injuries as quickly as they were inflicted. Her face was pale with exertion, beads of sweat forming on her brow, but her focus never wavered. She raised her staff, a burst of light radiating outward and forcing the shadow to momentarily retreat, buying the group precious seconds to regroup. Kael charged forward again, their blade glowing faintly now, as though resonating with the energy of the shadow itself. Each strike sent a burst of light into the darkness, but the shadow was relentless, its tendrils lashing out with renewed fury. One caught Kael across the chest, sending them sprawling to the ground. The impact knocked the wind from their lungs, but before the tendril could strike again, Lyara's shield of light flared to life, deflecting the blow. "Get up!" Lyara shouted, her voice breaking through the haze of pain. Kael forced themselves to their feet, their chest heaving as they raised their sword once more. The shadow roared again, and this time it began to change. Its form grew more defined, humanoid yet monstrous, its limbs elongating and its eyes glowing brighter. It seemed to be adapting, learning from their attacks. Arendor cursed under his breath. "It's shifting. We need to end this now." Kael nodded, their gaze fixed on the core. They could feel the pull of it, an almost magnetic force that resonated with the blade in their hand. Memories of the vision from the shrine flooded their mind. The first hero, their blade blazing with light as they struck the final blow. The blade was the key, a conduit of power that could seal the shadow once more. But Kael was not the first hero, and doubt clawed at the edges of their resolve. Lyara seemed to sense their hesitation. She stepped beside them, her voice calm but firm. "You are stronger than you think," she said, placing a hand on their shoulder. "We believe in you. Now, believe in yourself." Kael took a deep breath, steeling themselves. The shadow surged forward again, its form towering over them, and Kael charged to meet it. Dain and Arendor moved in tandem, carving a path through the tendrils, while Lysara's magic shielded them from the worst of the attacks. Kael dodged and weaved, their movements fluid and precise, until they were within reach of the core. The shadow seemed to sense the threat, its tendrils converging on Kael with desperate speed. But Kael was faster. With a shout, they raised their sword high, the blade glowing brighter than ever before, and brought it down in a powerful arc. The moment the blade connected with the core, a blinding light filled the chasm, banishing the darkness in an explosion of energy that shook the ground. Kael felt the force of the blast knock them backward, their vision swimming as they hit the ground. The shadow let out a final, ear-splitting roar before its form began to collapse, its tendrils disintegrating into ash. The red glow of the core flickered and dimmed, and then, with a final pulse, it vanished, leaving only silence. When Kael opened their eyes, they saw their companions standing over them, their faces filled with a mixture of relief and awe. The air was still, the oppressive weight of the shadow's presence gone. The chasm no longer glowed, its depths now shrouded in darkness but no longer alive with malevolence. "You did it," Lyara said softly, a small smile breaking through her exhaustion. Kael sat up slowly, their body aching but their heart filled with a sense of quiet triumph. "We did it," they corrected, looking at each of their companions in turn. "We faced it together." The battle was over, but the scars it left behind would remain. The land around them was still broken, the desolation a reminder of the shadow's presence. Yet, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was hope. Kael stood, their sword now dull and ordinary in their hand, and looked out over the ruined landscape. The fight had been won, but the journey was far from over. Together, they would begin the long road of healing, carrying the memory of their triumph as a beacon of light against the darkness. The world felt different in the days following the battle. The oppressive weight that had hung over the land for so long had lifted, replaced by a stillness that felt both unfamiliar and fragile. The desolation remained a scar on the earth, its blackened ground and molten rivers a stark reminder of the shadow's presence, but the air no longer carried the suffocating chill of despair. The chasm, once a gaping wound leaking darkness into the world, was now silent and still. Whatever ancient magic Kael had unleashed with their blade had sealed it once more, though the cracks on the earth's surface served as a reminder of the fragility of that peace. Kael and their companions made their way back across the ruined land, their movements slower and heavier than before. The battle had drained them, not just physically, but emotionally, and though they had emerged victorious, the cost of that victory lingered in their minds. They walked in silence for much of the journey, each lost in their own thoughts, their shared bond now forged in the crucible of battle. When they finally reached the edge of the desolation, the transition to greener lands felt like stepping into another world. The forest that bordered the wasteland had begun to regrow, its trees slowly reclaiming the edges of the scarred earth. Birds chirped in the distance, their songs tentative but hopeful, as though testing the boundaries of a new dawn. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground with golden light, and for the first time in weeks, Kael felt their shoulders relax, if only slightly. Villages that had been abandoned during the shadow's resurgence were now stirring back to life. As Kael and their companions approached one such settlement, the sight of smoke rising from chimneys and the sound of voices carried on the wind filled them with a quiet sense of accomplishment. The people had returned, their resilience a testament to their will to rebuild. When the villagers spotted the group approaching, their wary expressions softened, replaced by cautious smiles and nods of gratitude. Kael found it difficult to meet their eyes. Though the villagers cheered their arrival and offered thanks, Kael felt the weight of those cheers as much as the weight of the battle. The shadow was gone, but the scars it had left behind, both in the land and in their hearts, were not so easily erased. Kael wasn't sure how to reconcile the image of themselves as a hero with the reality of the blood they had shed and the lives they had seen lost. The mantle of heroism, bestowed upon them by the ancient spirit and the blade, felt heavier now than it had ever been. At the village square, an elder approached, her weathered face alight with gratitude. She extended her hands to Kael, her voice trembling with emotion. "You have saved us all," she said, her words carrying the weight of every life that had been spared. "The shadow is gone because of you." Kael hesitated before taking her hands, their calloused fingers gripping hers gently. "It wasn't just me," they said, their voice quiet but firm. "We all stood together. None of this would have been possible without them." They gestured to their companions, each of whom wore their exhaustion like a badge of honor. The elder nodded, her eyes glistening with unspoken understanding. In the days that followed, Kael and the others lingered in the village, helping where they could. They repaired homes, tended to the wounded, and shared stories of their journey with those who asked. The villagers clung to their every word, their expressions a mixture of awe and hope. For many, the tale of the Shadow's defeat became a beacon of inspiration, a reminder that even in the darkest times, light could prevail. Dain, ever the opportunist, relished the attention, spinning tales that grew more elaborate with each retelling. "And there I was," he would say, gesturing dramatically, facing down not one, but 10 of those shadow creatures at once, a blade in each hand, and a prayer on my lips. It was a sight to behold, I assure you. The children of the village hung on his every word, their wide-eyed wonder bringing a rare smile to Kael's face. Lyara spent her days tending to the villagers' injuries and ailments, her presence a source of comfort and reassurance. She moved with quiet determination, her compassion shining through in every gesture. When asked about the battle, she spoke not of violence, but of the strength and unity that had carried them through. "We fought together," she would say simply. "That's what made the difference." Arendor, for his part, kept his distance from the celebrations, preferring to immerse himself in his studies. He pored over ancient texts and scrolls, his mind already working to uncover the mysteries that still lingered in the wake of the Shadow's defeat. Though he rarely joined the villagers, his sharp wit and blunt observations found their way into conversations, often leaving others both baffled and amused. Kael watched their companions with a mixture of pride and gratitude. Each of them had played a vital role in the battle, and each carried their own burdens in its aftermath. They were more than allies now. They were family, bound by a shared experience that few could understand. Kael often found themselves reflecting on the journey, replaying the moments of triumph and loss, searching for meaning in the chaos. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the warm glow of lantern light, Kael found themselves alone at the edge of the forest. The weight of the sword, now resting at their side, felt heavier than usual. They unsheathed it, the blade catching the light of the fading sun. It no longer glowed with the same brilliance it had during the battle, but Kael knew its power remained, dormant but waiting. They ran a hand along the blade's edge, their thoughts drifting to the hero who had come before them. They wondered what that hero had felt in their final moments, whether they had carried the same doubts, the same fears, or whether their resolve had been unwavering. Kael had no answers, only the faint echo of the hero's presence, a reminder that they were not alone in carrying the burden of the past. The weight of the blade was not just a reminder of what had been lost, but of what had been preserved. Lysara's voice broke the silence, gentle but firm. "You can't carry it all alone," she said, stepping out from the shadows of the trees. She joined Kael, her gaze fixed on the sword. "You have us. You always will." Kael nodded, their chest tightening with a mix of gratitude and sorrow. "It doesn't feel real sometimes," they admitted. "The battle, the victory, everything. I don't know if I'm ready for what comes next." "None of us are," Lyara replied with a faint smile. "But we'll face it together, just like we always have." The stars began to appear overhead, their light scattered across the night sky like fragments of hope. Kael sheathed the sword and turned back toward the village, where the sounds of laughter and music drifted through the air. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, they allowed themselves to smile. The legend of the Shadow's defeat would grow with time, passed down from generation to generation, its details embellished, but its core unchanged. Kael's name, and those of their companions, would be etched into the annals of history, their deeds remembered long after the scars of the battle had faded. Yet, for Kael, the true legacy was not in the tales or the songs, but in the lives they had saved and the bonds they had forged. The hero's journey had ended, but the story of the new legend was just beginning. And, as Kael walked toward the warmth of the village, their companions at their side, they knew that the light they had fought for would endure. The world groaned under the weight of darkness, an ancient silence blanketing the earth like a tomb. For as long as memory stretched, mortals had lived as little more than frightened animals, clinging to one another for warmth in the endless night. There was no fire to fend off the biting cold, no light to pierce the suffocating shadows, and no protection against the creatures that prowled the wilderness with glinting eyes and gnashing teeth. This was the age before fire, a time when humanity's fate seemed sealed, and the heavens above watched with cruel indifference. The land itself was a reflection of humanity's despair. Trees, tall and skeletal, swayed in icy winds, their branches clawing at a sky of endless gray. Rivers, black as ink, meandered like snakes through barren valleys, their waters so cold they seemed to drain the life from anything they touched. Mountains stood as jagged sentinels, their peaks crowned with frost, their slopes treacherous and unyielding. Even the stars, those faint pinpricks of light in the heavens, seemed distant and uncaring, like the eyes of forgotten gods who had turned their backs on the world below. Among this desolation, humanity huddled in caves carved into the bones of the earth. Their breath hung in the air like ghosts, visible reminders of their frailty. They spoke in whispers, fearing that their voices might stir the unseen horrors that lurked just beyond the threshold of light. Hunger gnawed at their bellies, and their hands, raw and bleeding from the cold, could do little more than scrape at the earth for roots, or cradle the meager fruits of a merciless land. And then there were the beasts. Born of the dark and bred in the cold, they moved with a savage grace, their growls echoing through the forests and their claws leaving scars on the earth. These were no ordinary creatures, but twisted things, their eyes glowing like embers, their breath like smoke, and their hunger unending. Wolves, larger than men, stalked the shadows, their howls a mournful symphony of death. Serpents, as long as rivers, slithered silently, their scales glistening like frost. And above it all, great winged horrors circled the skies, their cries sharp enough to split the soul. The gods watched all this from their perch on Mount Olympus, their thrones gilded and their bellies full. They did not care for the plight of mortals. They were content to revel in their immortality, secure in their dominion over a world that offered no challenge to their power. Zeus, king of the gods, had decreed that fire, the divine spark, should remain in the hands of the immortals, a treasure too dangerous, too precious for the likes of mankind. "Let them crawl," Zeus had said with a booming laugh, "for they are nothing but worms beneath our feet." Yet not all the gods shared his callousness. Among them was Prometheus, the Titan who had not chosen the side of his kindred in the great war between gods and Titans. He had sided with Zeus, not out of love for the god, but for a vision of a better world. Now, as he gazed upon the suffering of humanity, doubt gnawed at his heart. Prometheus had long wandered the earth in secret, observing the creatures Zeus deemed unworthy. He saw their trembling hands, their hollow eyes, and the way they clung to each other in the face of despair. He saw their attempts to survive, the way they sharpened stones into crude tools, the way they learned to hunt with nothing but their wits and courage, and the way they held their children close, shielding them from the cold with their own bodies. These were not worms. These were beings of potential, creatures who, given the chance, might rise above their squalor and reach for the stars. Prometheus saw in them a flicker of something divine, a reflection of the gods themselves, though it was buried beneath layers of dirt, fear, and suffering. Still, the darkness around them seemed insurmountable. Without fire, they were trapped in an endless cycle of survival, unable to create, to dream, or to thrive. Prometheus knew the cost of defying Zeus, but he could not bear the thought of leaving humanity to their fate. His decision was not born of arrogance, as Zeus would later claim, nor of rebellion for rebellion's sake. It was born of compassion, of a love for the weak and the forgotten, and of a belief that even the smallest flame could banish the deepest shadow. As Prometheus stood on a mountain peak, gazing down at the huddled forms of humanity, he clenched his fists. The wind tore at his robes, carrying with it the cries of mortals and the distant howls of beasts. He thought of the forge of Hephaestus, where the fire of the gods burned bright and eternal. He thought of Zeus, seated on his golden throne, and the punishment that would surely follow any act of defiance. But most of all, he thought of the mortals below. They deserved more than this cold, dark existence. They deserved a chance. And so, with the first light of dawn breaking through the clouds, Prometheus made his choice. It was a choice that would forever change the fate of humanity and cast him into a nightmare of eternal torment. But in that moment, as the sun's rays touched the earth, Prometheus felt a spark ignite within him, a spark that would soon become a flame. The age before fire was drawing to a close. A new chapter was about to begin, though it would be written in blood, pain, and defiance. Prometheus turned away from the suffering below and began his climb toward destiny, his heart heavy but resolute. For fire would come to the world, and with it, hope and horror in equal measure. High above the world, where mortal eyes dared not gaze and mortal minds could scarcely fathom, Mount Olympus rose like a fortress of divinity. Its peaks pierced the heavens, crowned with clouds that shimmered like silver, obscuring the realm of the gods from the world below. It was a kingdom of immortals, a realm of splendor and excess, where every stone seemed carved from precious gems and every fountain poured ambrosia, the nectar of the divine. But beneath this facade of beauty lay the iron fist of tyranny, a kingdom ruled by Zeus, the Thunderer, whose word was law and whose wrath was legend. The great hall of Olympus stretched endlessly, its ceiling a tapestry of constellations that glimmered and shifted, weaving stories of the gods' triumphs. Columns of gold, veined with veins of molten silver, supported the vast structure, and the floor was of polished marble, cold and unyielding. Yet, for all its grandeur, the hall was a place of unease, for the shadow of Zeus's authority loomed over all who walked its sacred ground. On his throne of solid obsidian, wreathed in storms and etched with the lightning of his power, sat Zeus, king of gods and ruler of all. His presence was overwhelming, a towering figure clad in robes that shimmered with the light of 1,000 suns. His hair, white as lightning, framed a face that was both regal and terrifying, with eyes that burned like molten gold. Those eyes saw all, judged all and condemned without mercy. At his feet lay a massive scepter, crowned with a thunderbolt that hummed with restrained power, a weapon capable of smiting any who dared defy him. Before him stood the gods, an assembly of immortals who, despite their own power, bowed to the will of their king. Some wore masks of feigned contentment, their laughter forced, their words honeyed to appease the storm that always threatened to break. Others watched in silence, their resentment hidden behind cold, stoic gazes. Among them were Hera, queen of the gods and Zeus's consort, her beauty matched only by the bitterness that laced her every glance. Athena, goddess of wisdom, whose sharp eyes missed nothing but whose silence spoke of caution. And Ares, the god of war, whose bloodlust was tempered only by his fear of Zeus's might. Prometheus stood apart from them all, his eyes cast downward as though in contemplation, though his heart burned with quiet fury. Unlike the Olympians, he had no throne in the great hall, no gilded seat to mark his station. He was a Titan, a remnant of the old order that Zeus had overthrown, and though he had sided with the Olympians in the war, his place among them was one of tolerance rather than acceptance. The air in the hall was heavy, thick with the weight of unspoken words and suppressed dissent. It was in this tense silence that Zeus's voice rang out, deep and commanding, echoing through the vast chamber like a roll of thunder. "The mortals grow restless," he said, his tone laced with disdain. "They grovel in the dirt, cursing the heavens for their lot, as though it is the fault of the gods that they are weak." There was a murmur of agreement from the gathered deities, though some exchanged uneasy glances. Zeus's disdain for humanity was well known, and his cruelty toward them had grown with each passing century. He saw them as little more than insects, creatures to be controlled, to be punished, but never to be uplifted. Hera, seated beside him, leaned forward, her voice a silk-wrapped dagger. "They are ungrateful, my lord," she said. "Even in their suffering, they would dare to question the will of the gods. Perhaps they require a reminder of their place." Zeus smiled, though there was no warmth in it. "A reminder, indeed," he said. "Perhaps a plague to thin their numbers, or a great storm to wash away their insolence. Let them tremble before the power of Olympus." At these words, Prometheus felt his fists clench at his sides. The fire of his defiance, long kept hidden, flickered dangerously in his chest. He could remain silent no longer. Stepping forward, he addressed the assembly, his voice calm but firm, like the steady flow of a deep river. "My Lord Zeus," he began, bowing slightly out of respect for decorum, though there was no reverence in his tone. "Might I speak on behalf of the mortals?" The hall fell silent. All eyes turned to Prometheus, and a ripple of unease passed through the gods. To speak for humanity in the presence of Zeus was to court danger, yet there was something in Prometheus's bearing that demanded attention. Zeus's eyes narrowed, and the faintest crackle of lightning danced across his fingers. "Speak," he said, his voice a low rumble that promised consequences for any offense. Prometheus took a breath, steadying himself. The mortals suffer not out of insolence, but out of need. They shiver in the cold, not because they defy the gods, but because they lack the means to survive. They stumble in the dark, not out of rebellion, but because the light of knowledge has been denied them. If we, as gods, are to rule over them, should we not first ensure their survival? A murmur rose among the gods, some nodding in agreement, while others looked to Zeus for his reaction. The king of the gods leaned forward on his throne, his golden eyes fixed on Prometheus like a hawk eyeing its prey. "And what would you propose, Titan?" he asked, his voice deceptively calm. "That we coddle them? That we hand them the gifts of the gods, gifts they cannot understand and would only squander?" "I propose only that we give them fire," Prometheus said, his voice unwavering. "With fire, they could warm themselves, ward off the beasts that plague them, and build a foundation for a better life. It is not charity, I suggest, but a chance for them to prove their worth." The hall erupted in whispers, gods debating among themselves, some outraged, others intrigued. Zeus, however, remained silent, his gaze locked on Prometheus. When he finally spoke, his voice was cold as the winds atop Olympus. "You dare to suggest we give fire to those who grovel in the dirt? Fire, the sacred gift of the gods, the very spark of creation itself?" "I do," Prometheus said, meeting Zeus's gaze without flinching. "For without it, they will perish. And what glory is there in ruling over a world of ash and bones?" Zeus rose from his throne, the movement sending a shockwave through the hall. Lightning crackled in his hands, and the air grew heavy with the scent of ozone. "Enough!" he roared, his voice shaking the very foundations of Olympus. "You forget your place, Titan. It is not for you to decide what is given and what is withheld. The mortals are ours to command, to punish, and to crush if we so choose. Fire will remain in the hands of the gods, and any who would dare to defy this decree shall face my wrath." Prometheus bowed his head, hiding the fire that burned in his eyes. "As you command, my lord," he said, his tone laced with quiet defiance. Zeus returned to his throne, his anger momentarily sated, but the storm in Prometheus's heart raged on. He knew that he had planted a seed of dissent, a spark that would soon ignite into a flame. As the gods resumed their debates, their laughter hollow and their words insincere, Prometheus slipped away from the hall, his mind already turning toward the forge of Hephaestus and the sacred fire that burned within. The stage was set, the players in place. The tyranny of Zeus would not go unchallenged, for Prometheus had made his choice. The fire of rebellion had been lit, and it would soon engulf the heavens and the earth alike. Night fell over Olympus, draping the mountain in a shroud of quiet that masked the tension roiling within its golden halls. The gods had retreated to their chambers, their laughter and revelry replaced by the faint hum of ambrosial torches lining the corridors. All seemed calm. Yet, far from the eyes of Zeus and his court, a single figure moved with purpose through the labyrinthine passages of the divine stronghold. It was Prometheus, the Titan of forethought, his footsteps silent as shadows, his heart ablaze with resolve. Prometheus had waited for this moment, biding his time as Zeus grew drunk on his own power, confident that no one would dare to defy him. But the suffering of mortals echoed in Prometheus's mind. Children crying in the cold, the weak succumbing to beasts, the spark of hope smothered under endless darkness. He could not stand idle any longer. The fire, the sacred essence of creation, would be stolen from the gods and gifted to humanity. The forge of Hephaestus was his destination, a place where fire, pure and eternal, burned brighter than the sun. Guarded day and night, it was the crucible of the gods' power, the source of their weapons and wonders. None but Hephaestus himself dared approach it, for the flames had been imbued with Zeus's will, punishing intruders with an agony reserved for those who defied the heavens. But Prometheus, unyielding and cunning, had prepared for this perilous endeavor. He moved through the corridors like a whisper, the air around him heavy with the scent of ozone and molten metal. The path to the forge was perilous, lined with traps woven by Athena herself. It was said that the very walls of Olympus had eyes, that the air carried whispers to Zeus's ears. Prometheus knew this, but he was no ordinary thief. He was a Titan, born of a lineage that predated even the Olympians, and his cunning was as boundless as his defiance. At the entrance to the forge, Prometheus halted, his sharp eyes scanning the intricate carvings that adorned the massive bronze door. The symbols glowed faintly, wards of divine power that pulsed with energy. To any mortal, or even an unwary god, these wards would have been impenetrable. But Prometheus had spent centuries studying the craft of Olympus. With careful precision, he traced the symbols with his fingers, whispering ancient words that unraveled the enchantments one by one. As the last ward faded, the door groaned open, revealing the heart of the forge. It was a cavernous space, its walls carved from black stone that pulsed with veins of molten gold. Rivers of fire flowed through channels in the floor, their light casting flickering shadows that danced like specters. In the center of the chamber stood the great anvil of Hephaestus, a monolith of pure iron, glowing faintly from the heat of countless creations. Above it, suspended in a crystalline sphere, burned the sacred fire, a flame so pure it seemed to sing, its light shifting through hues of gold, crimson, and sapphire. Prometheus stepped forward, his breath catching at the sight. This was no ordinary flame. It was life, creation, and destruction bound together, a force that could reshape the world. For a moment, even he hesitated, awed by its beauty and power. But the cries of humanity, the memories of their suffering, drove him onward. Reaching the base of the anvil, Prometheus withdrew a hollow reed from his robes. It was a simple object, unassuming, yet it had been crafted for this very purpose. The reed, when filled with the sacred fire, would shield its bearer from the flame's wrath, allowing Prometheus to carry it down the mountain without harm. But the fire was not unguarded. No sooner had Prometheus reached for the crystalline sphere than the chamber trembled, and a roar echoed through the forge. From the shadows emerged a guardian of Zeus's design, a massive automaton forged from bronze, its eyes glowing with the same light as the sacred fire. It moved with the grinding of metal on metal, its footsteps shaking the ground as it advanced on Prometheus. "Thief," it boomed, its voice like the clash of thunder. "You dare defy the will of Zeus?" Prometheus did not respond. Instead, he leapt to the side as the automaton's massive hand crashed down where he had stood, shattering the stone floor. He was not a warrior, but his wit and agility were his weapons. As the automaton lunged again, Prometheus moved with precision, weaving through the molten channels and using the forge's heat to his advantage. The battle was as much a test of intellect as strength. The automaton's movements were calculated, relentless, but Prometheus observed its patterns, its moments of hesitation. Finally, as the automaton lunged, Prometheus sprang forward, hurling a fragment of stone into the air. The automaton's gaze followed the motion, and in that split second of distraction, Prometheus reached the sacred fire. With a swift motion, he plunged the reed into the sphere, capturing a fragment of the flame. The fire hissed and roared, as though aware of its liberation, its light flaring so brightly that it illuminated the entire chamber. The automaton froze, its power tied to the fire, and Prometheus turned to flee. the reed glowing faintly in his grasp. The alarms of Olympus erupted, a cacophony of horns and thunder that shook the mountain to its core. Zeus would know. He would awaken, and his wrath would be swift and terrible. But Prometheus did not falter. He raced through the corridors of Olympus, the fire in his hand casting eerie shadows on the walls. Behind him, the sounds of pursuit grew louder. Hermes, swift as the wind, and the hunting cries of Zeus's eagle, a creature of nightmare. As he reached the edge of Olympus, Prometheus turned and gazed back at the halls of the gods. He could almost feel Zeus's rage bearing down on him, a storm gathering in the distance. But for the first time in centuries, Prometheus felt no fear. He had taken the fire. He had defied Olympus, and now he would deliver hope to the mortals who needed it most. With a final leap, Prometheus descended from the heights of Olympus, the sacred fire burning in his hand. The winds howled around him, tearing at his robes, but he held the reed tightly, shielding the flame from the elements. Below, the world stretched out in darkness, a vast and desolate expanse waiting for the light. When his feet touched the earth, Prometheus stood for a moment, his chest heaving with exertion. The fire glowed in the reed, casting a warm light that seemed to push back the shadows. He walked toward the nearest human settlement, a cluster of crude huts nestled in a valley. As he approached, the mortals emerged from their homes, their eyes wide with fear and awe. They had seen him descend from the heavens, a figure wreathed in light, and they fell to their knees, whispering prayers to a god they did not know. Prometheus knelt before them, lowering the reed to the ground. The fire spilled forth, its warmth spreading like a living thing, illuminating the faces of the mortals with its golden glow. For the first time, they felt warmth that did not come from the fleeting sun, light that did not vanish with the night. "Rise," Prometheus said, his voice gentle but firm. "This fire is yours. Use it wisely, for it is both a gift and a burden. With it, you will shape your destiny." The mortals reached out hesitantly, their fingers brushing the edges of the flame. As they realized it did not harm them, their fear gave way to wonder. They began to feed the fire, gathering wood and kindling, their faces alight with joy and hope. Prometheus watched in silence, a faint smile on his lips. For the first time in eons, he felt a glimmer of satisfaction. The fire was no longer the gods alone. It was humanity's, a spark that would grow into a blaze, a light that would push back the darkness. But even as he stood there, he felt the weight of the heavens bearing down on him. Zeus would come. The gods would punish him for his defiance. Yet Prometheus did not waver. The fire had been stolen, and humanity had been given a chance. For that, he would endure whatever torment awaited him. The theft of fire was complete, and the world would never be the same. The night was no longer endless. For the first time, fire blazed upon the earth, casting golden light across a world that had known only the cold embrace of shadow. The mortals, who had once huddled in fear and darkness, now stood before the flames with faces aglow, not only from the fire's warmth, but with wonder, awe, and the first stirrings of hope. The sacred fire, stolen from the heavens, danced atop their crude hearths, a living force that seemed to defy the very gods themselves. Prometheus stood apart, watching the scene unfold from the edge of the village. His heart swelled with a bittersweet pride as he observed the mortals embracing their newfound gift. They were tentative at first, unsure of the fire's nature. They approached it as one might approach a sleeping predator, their movements slow, their eyes wide with trepidation. But when they realized the flames did not lash out or devour them, their hesitation gave way to exhilaration. A child, no older than 5, was the first to reach forward. His small hands grasped a dry stick, and with trembling fingers he thrust it into the fire. When the end of the stick ignited, the boy shrieked, not in fear, but in delight. He held it aloft like a torch, a tiny beacon that drew gasps from the others. Soon, more followed his example, emboldened by the boy's courage. The fire spread, not as an uncontrolled blaze, but as a gift carefully passed from hand to hand, from family to family. In the distance, wolves howled, their mournful cries echoing through the valleys. Yet the mortals did not cower as they once had. The flames drove the beasts back, their glowing eyes retreating into the darkness. Where once the wilderness had been a place of terror, it now seemed less impenetrable, less infinite. The fire became a barrier, a guardian that held the unknown at bay. Prometheus watched as the villagers began to gather around the central fire, their faces reflecting its light. They began to laugh, softly at first, then louder, as if the sound had been locked away in their throats for centuries. The warmth of the fire thawed more than their frozen bodies. It thawed their spirits. Parents held their children close, not in fear, but in comfort. Elders, their faces lined with the struggles of 1,000 dark nights, smiled through their tears. It was a scene of quiet revolution. But the fire was not merely a tool for survival. It was a spark of something greater, something divine. The mortals, though they did not fully understand it, began to see the fire as more than warmth or light. It was a symbol, a promise that they were not alone, that they were not doomed to live forever as prey to the cold and the beasts. The fire was their ally, their salvation, and they revered it as such. One by one, they began to whisper prayers, not to Zeus who had forsaken them, but to an unnamed power they felt in their hearts. Their words were simple, their voices trembling, but their prayers were filled with gratitude. Prometheus, hidden in the shadows, felt a pang of guilt. He knew they would soon learn the cost of this gift, the wrath it would bring down upon them. But for now, he let them have their moment of joy. The fire's transformative power did not end with the night. By dawn, the mortals had begun to understand its potential. They used it to cook their meager food, transforming raw roots and tough meat into something warm and nourishing. They discovered that the flames could harden their tools, making their weapons sharper, their implements sturdier. They found that the fire could shape the earth itself, melting metal from stone and forging it into shapes their hands could wield. The village began to change. Where once there had been only fear and hunger, now there was purpose. Men and women worked together, their labors no longer dictated solely by survival. They began to dream of more. With the fire's light guiding them, they dared to look beyond their immediate needs, to imagine a future where they could thrive rather than merely endure. Prometheus ventured from village to village, spreading the fire to other communities. Everywhere he went, he saw the same reaction: astonishment, gratitude, and the stirrings of ambition. The fire was not merely a gift, it was a revolution. It awakened something in the mortals that had long been buried, a spark of creativity, of resilience, of defiance. They no longer cowered beneath the gaze of the stars. They began to see themselves as more than subjects of the gods. They were creators in their own right. But with the fire's light came shadows. As the mortals embraced their gift, Prometheus began to see the seeds of something darker. The fire gave them power, and with power came greed. In one village, a man hoarded the fire for himself, refusing to share it with his neighbors unless they paid him with what little they had. In another, a group of warriors used the fire to forge weapons and turned them against their own kin, seeking to dominate rather than protect. Prometheus's heart grew heavy as he watched these events unfold. He had given humanity the fire to save them, to uplift them, but he had not foreseen the ways it could be misused. For every act of kindness, there was an act of cruelty. For every moment of unity, there was a moment of division. The fire, it seemed, was both a blessing and a curse. Still, Prometheus did not regret his choice. The fire had awakened humanity, given them the tools to shape their destiny. The darkness of their nature was not born of the fire. It had always been there, a reflection of the gods who had created them. The fire merely brought it into the light. And so, humanity's awakening continued. The mortals began to spread across the land, their villages growing into towns, their tools into machines. They tamed the wilderness, carved paths through mountains, and built structures that reached toward the heavens. They began to question the gods, to challenge the notion that they were mere playthings of Olympus. They sang songs of defiance, of freedom, their voices rising like a storm that could not be silenced. But even as humanity rose, Prometheus knew that their triumph would be short-lived. Zeus would not stand for this rebellion. The king of the gods would see the fire as an affront, a direct challenge to his authority. Prometheus could feel the storm brewing, the tension in the air as Olympus stirred. The gods would come, and they would bring their wrath with them. For now, though, Prometheus allowed himself a moment of quiet satisfaction. He stood on a hillside overlooking a village, the glow of its fires visible even in the daylight. The mortals moved with purpose, their laughter carrying on the wind, their faces alive with hope. It was a sight that warmed his heart, even as he prepared for the consequences of his actions. Humanity had awakened, and the world would never be the same. Prometheus had given them the spark, and it was up to them to keep it alive, to use it wisely, to rise above their base instincts and become something greater. Whether they succeeded or failed, whether they honored his sacrifice or squandered it, one thing was certain. The fire would burn, and its light would guide them through the darkness. But that light, Prometheus knew, would cast long shadows. And in those shadows, the gods waited, their vengeance like a blade poised to strike. Far above the mortal realm, Olympus seethed with unrest. Its golden halls, once vibrant with laughter and song, now resonated with the echoes of fury. The skies above the mountain darkened, swirling with black clouds that crackled with unspent lightning. The air grew heavy, pregnant with the promise of devastation. Zeus, the thunderer, sat upon his throne, his eyes burning like molten gold, his expression carved from stone. The king of the gods was enraged, his wrath a storm ready to break. News of Prometheus's betrayal had reached Olympus, carried by the shrill cries of Zeus's eagle. The sacred fire, the divine spark that was the birthright of the gods, had been stolen and given to mortals. It now burned across the earth, lighting the paths of humanity and lifting them from the shadows. What had once been a world of cold, trembling obedience was now ablaze with defiance, and Zeus could not abide it. The great hall of Olympus was filled with the assembled gods, summoned to bear witness to Zeus's fury. They stood in uneasy silence, their gazes flickering between their king and the storm gathering beyond the marble pillars. Even the bravest among them dared not speak, for they had seen the extent of Zeus's power, had witnessed the destruction he could unleash with but a flick of his hand. Zeus rose from his throne, the movement sending a ripple of tension through the hall. His voice, when it came, was like the roar of thunder, shaking the very foundations of Olympus. "Prometheus," he spat, the name like venom on his tongue. "That wretched Titan has dared to defy me. He has stolen the sacred fire, the essence of our power, and gifted it to the mortals. He has mocked my authority, spat in the face of Olympus, and now those insects below dare to stand upright, thinking themselves our equals." His words hung in the air, a palpable force that made even the immortal gods tremble. Hera, seated beside him, placed a hand on his arm, her voice soothing but laced with her own brand of malice. "My husband," she said, "Prometheus has indeed betrayed you, but let us not act in haste. The mortals are beneath us, and Prometheus's defiance will bring him nothing but ruin. Your justice will be swift and eternal, as it always is." Zeus shrugged off her hand, his eyes narrowing. "Justice?" he growled. "No, Hera, this is no matter of simple justice. This is war. Prometheus has ignited rebellion, and rebellion must be crushed. I will make an example of him so terrible, so unforgettable, that no god or mortal will ever dare to defy me again." A murmur spread through the gods, some nodding in agreement, others shifting uncomfortably. Hermes, the fleet-footed messenger, stepped forward, his tone cautious. "Father Zeus," he said, bowing low, "Prometheus is cunning, and he has hidden himself well. If I may suggest—" "Silence," Zeus thundered, the hall shaking with his rage. "Do you think I need your counsel, Hermes? Do you think I am blind to the ways of that scheming Titan? I know where he hides, and I will find him. But first, I will unleash my fury upon the mortals who dared accept his stolen gift. They will know the cost of defiance." Zeus raised his hand, and the skies outside darkened further. Lightning coiled around his fingers, a serpent of pure energy, and the air grew thick with the smell of ozone. The gods watched in silence as he summoned his power, their faces masks of awe and fear. On Earth, the mortals had begun to rebuild their lives, their villages glowing with the light of the sacred fire. They worked tirelessly, their laughter ringing through the valleys, their faces alight with hope. They did not yet know that their joy had drawn the ire of Olympus, that the king of the gods was preparing to strike them down. The first sign of Zeus's wrath came as a low rumble in the distance, a sound that grew steadily louder until it seemed to fill the sky. The mortals looked up, their eyes widening in fear as black clouds gathered above them, swirling like a living thing. The wind howled, tearing at their homes and scattering their fires. Then, with a deafening crack, the first bolt of lightning struck, splitting the earth and igniting the trees. Zeus's fury was unleashed in full force. Lightning rained down from the heavens, setting the forests ablaze and turning rivers to steam. The mortals fled in terror, their cries drowned out by the roar of the storm. The fire that had been their salvation now became their torment, consuming everything in its path. Crops withered, homes crumbled, and the beasts of the wilderness, driven mad by the chaos, turned on their human neighbors. From his vantage point, Prometheus watched in horror. He had known Zeus would retaliate, but he had not foreseen the extent of his cruelty. The Titan's heart ached as he saw the mortals, who had only just begun to rise from their suffering, cast back into despair. Yet even as the storm raged, he saw something remarkable. The mortals did not give up. They fought to save their fires, to protect their families, to rebuild even as the gods sought to destroy them. Prometheus clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. He had given humanity the fire, and he would not abandon them now. He would bear the full weight of Zeus's wrath if it meant the mortals could keep their spark of hope alive. Zeus's vengeance did not end with the mortals. His true target was Prometheus, and he would not rest until the Titan was brought to justice. The king of the gods dispatched his eagle, a monstrous creature with wings like storm clouds and talons sharp enough to rend stone. The eagle was the embodiment of Zeus's wrath, a hunter that would never tire, never falter. Prometheus fled to the edges of the world, seeking refuge in the desolate places where even the gods rarely ventured. He hid in caves carved from ice, in forests shrouded in mist, on islands surrounded by treacherous seas. But no matter where he went, the eagle found him, its piercing cry echoing through the heavens as it descended upon him with relentless fury. The Titan fought back as best he could, using his wits and his strength to evade capture. He lured the eagle into traps, led it into storms, and even faced it in battle, wielding fire stolen from his own gift to humanity. But the eagle was a creature of the gods, and it could not be destroyed. Each time Prometheus thought he had escaped, the eagle returned, more determined than ever. Finally, weary and battered, Prometheus climbed to a remote peak, a place where the air was thin and the ground was jagged stone. He knew he could run no longer. He stood at the edge of the precipice, the wind tearing at his robes, and turned to face his pursuer. The eagle descended, its wings casting a shadow over the land, and Prometheus braced himself for the inevitable. Before the eagle could strike, the heavens opened, and Zeus himself descended in a chariot of lightning. The king of the gods towered over Prometheus, his form wreathed in storms, his eyes burning with divine fury. "Do you see now, Titan?" Zeus thundered, his voice shaking the mountain. "Do you see the cost of your defiance? You sought to elevate mortals, to give them what was not theirs to take, and now they suffer for your arrogance. You have defied the gods, and for that you will pay." Prometheus stood tall, his defiance unbroken despite his weariness. "I see, Zeus," he said, his voice steady. "I see the cruelty of a king who fears his own subjects. I see the desperation of a god who cannot tolerate the thought of others rising to meet him. You may punish me, but you cannot unmake what I have done. The fire burns, and it will not be extinguished." Zeus's eyes blazed, and with a gesture, chains of unbreakable adamantine appeared, binding Prometheus to the jagged peak. The eagle landed beside him, its talons gleaming, and Zeus spoke one final decree. "For your crimes, you will suffer for all eternity," he said. "Each day, the eagle will feast upon your liver, and each night it will regrow, so that your torment will never end. Let this be a warning to all who would dare defy the will of Zeus." As the eagle struck, tearing into his flesh, Prometheus did not cry out. His pain was immeasurable, his suffering endless, but his spirit remained unbroken. He had given humanity the fire, and for that he would endure. Above him, the storm raged on, a testament to Zeus's wrath. Yet, even in the depths of his torment, Prometheus found solace in a single truth. The fire he had stolen still burned, and its light would guide humanity through the darkness. High upon the jagged peaks of the Caucasus Mountains, where the winds howled like tortured spirits, and the air was thin and biting, Prometheus was bound. The chains that held him were forged from unbreakable adamantine, shimmering like liquid moonlight, unyielding as the will of Zeus himself. They wrapped around his wrists and ankles, biting into his flesh, pinning him to the cold, unfeeling rock. Prometheus, the Titan who had defied the gods, hung suspended between heaven and earth, a solitary figure cast against the endless expanse of the sky. Zeus's punishment had been swift and merciless. The king of the gods had not only sought to inflict pain, but to make an example of Prometheus, a lesson etched in torment, visible for all the world to see. The peak where Prometheus was chained was barren and desolate, a place untouched by the fires of humanity, unreachable by mortals. Below, the world carried on, ignorant of the price their benefactor paid for their gift of fire. Above, the gods of Olympus watched, some with satisfaction, others with silent unease, as the punishment unfolded. The days were unrelenting. As the first rays of dawn broke over the mountains, the herald of Prometheus's torment arrived. The eagle of Zeus, a creature born of the storm, descended from the heavens, its wings spanning the sky, its talons glinting like freshly sharpened blades. The eagle was no ordinary bird. It was a manifestation of Zeus's wrath, its eyes glowing with a cruel intelligence, its feathers crackling with divine energy. Prometheus, despite the chains that bound him, met the eagle's gaze with defiance. His body bore the marks of countless days of suffering, his skin pale and torn, his muscles trembling from exhaustion, but his spirit remained unbroken. As the eagle landed before him, its claws scraping against the rock, Prometheus straightened, refusing to show weakness. The eagle let out a piercing cry, a sound that echoed across the peaks before lunging forward. Its beak, sharp as any weapon forged by Hephaestus, tore into Prometheus's side. The Titan gritted his teeth, his body convulsing as the eagle feasted on his liver. The pain was beyond comprehension, a searing, burning agony that radiated through every fiber of his being. Blood spilled onto the rocks, staining them crimson as the eagle devoured its prize. Yet Prometheus did not scream. He refused to give Zeus the satisfaction of hearing his torment. His breaths came in ragged gasps, his body writhing against the chains, but his eyes never wavered. They remained fixed on the horizon, where the world he had saved lay bathed in the light of the fire he had stolen. It was this thought, the knowledge that humanity thrived, that sustained him through the endless agony. The eagle fed until the sun reached its zenith, its monstrous form silhouetted against the blazing light. When it had taken its fill, it spread its wings and took to the skies, its cries fading as it disappeared into the heavens. Prometheus was left alone, his body broken, his spirit battered but intact. The chains held him upright, preventing him from collapsing, forcing him to endure the weight of his suffering. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night brought no relief. The cold crept in, seeping into Prometheus's wounds, numbing his fingers and toes, biting into his exposed flesh. The wind howled through the peaks, carrying with it the cries of distant wolves and the mournful rustle of leaves far below. Prometheus shivered, his breath visible in the frigid air, his body trembling from pain and exhaustion. But the night also brought a strange solace. Under the cover of darkness, Prometheus allowed himself to reflect. His thoughts wandered to the mortals he had saved, to the villages illuminated by firelight, to the laughter of children no longer afraid of the dark. He imagined their lives, the warmth of their hearths, the hope that now burned in their hearts. It was this vision that kept him sane, that reminded him why he had chosen this path. Yet even in his reflections, doubt crept in. Was it worth it? Had he truly done the right thing? The fire had brought both light and shadow. It had given humanity the tools to survive, to create, to dream, but it had also unleashed their darker instincts. Wars fought over territory, greed fueled by the desire for power, and destruction wrought by the misuse of fire. All of these weighed heavily on Prometheus's mind. And still, he resolved that the fire was worth it. Humanity was flawed, yes, but they were also capable of greatness. They were not gods, and that was their beauty. They struggled, they stumbled, but they also rose. They fought for what they believed in, and they loved fiercely, even in the face of despair. Prometheus believed in their potential, and for that belief, he would endure. Each morning brought the eagle, and with it, the cycle of suffering began anew. The bird would descend, relentless and hungry, and tear into Prometheus's flesh. His liver, a divine organ, regrew each night, ensuring that his torment was endless. The pain was not merely physical. It was a profound psychological torment, a reminder of Zeus's dominance, of the unyielding power of the gods. Prometheus's body grew weaker with each passing day, his wounds taking longer to heal, his strength waning. Yet his mind remained sharp, his spirit unbroken. He spoke to the winds, to the mountains, to the stars, as if the universe itself could hear his defiance. He cursed Zeus for his cruelty, mocked the gods for their cowardice, and prayed that one day humanity would rise to challenge Olympus itself. The gods, for their part, watched from afar. Some visited the peak, their faces masks of pity or indifference. Hermes came once, bearing an offer of mercy if Prometheus would only apologize and renounce his gift to humanity. Prometheus laughed bitterly, his voice hoarse but filled with conviction. "Tell Zeus," he said, "that I would endure this torment 1,000 times over before I bow to him." Hermes departed without another word, and Prometheus was left alone once more. As the centuries stretched on, Prometheus's name became a legend among mortals. They told stories of the Titan who had defied the gods, who had given them fire at the cost of his own freedom. Some built shrines to him, lighting fires in his honor, their prayers carried on the winds to the desolate peak where he hung. Though Prometheus could not hear their words, he felt their faith, their gratitude, like a warmth that pierced through the cold. It was this connection to humanity that sustained him. Though the gods sought to isolate him, to make him feel abandoned, Prometheus knew he was not alone. The mortals he had saved were his legacy, his vindication. Each fire that burned in the world below was a symbol of his defiance, a reminder that Zeus's will was not absolute. And so, Prometheus endured. The eagle came, and he bore its attacks. The nights were cold, and he weathered their chill. The gods mocked him, and he met their scorn with silence. His suffering was great, but his resolve was greater. He had lit a spark that could not be extinguished, a flame that would burn long after his torment had ended. One day, Prometheus sensed a change. The air felt different, charged with an energy he could not place. The eagle did not come, and the winds seemed to carry a whisper of something new. Prometheus lifted his head, his eyes scanning the horizon. He did not know what was coming, but for the first time in centuries, he felt a flicker of hope. Far below, humanity continued to thrive. The fire burned in their homes, their forges, their hearts. They did not know the full extent of Prometheus's sacrifice, but they honored him in their way, their resilience a testament to his gift. And though Prometheus remained bound, his spirit soared. He had given humanity a chance, and that was enough. Prometheus's punishment was eternal, but so too was his defiance. He hung upon the mountain, battered but unbroken, a figure of resilience against the tyranny of the gods. His suffering was great, but his legacy was greater. The fire burned on, a light in the darkness, a spark of hope that no storm could extinguish. The fire that Prometheus had stolen from Olympus burned brightly across the mortal world, transforming it in ways both wondrous and terrifying. It was no longer confined to the sacred hearth of the gods. It had become humanity's own, a spark that ignited their imaginations and their ambitions. Where once the darkness had reigned supreme, light now flickered in every corner of the earth. But with the fire came a shadow, a curse as inevitable as the dawn that follows night. At first, the fire seemed to be a gift beyond compare. It warmed cold bodies, illuminated dark nights, and drove back the beasts that had long terrorized humanity. Around the flames, communities grew stronger, and bonds deepened. Stories were told, songs were sung, and the once silent nights echoed with the sound of laughter. For the first time, humanity began to thrive. The fire was not merely a source of survival, it was a tool of creation. It transformed the crude tools of the past into weapons and instruments of precision. The blacksmith's forge became the heart of every village, its glow a symbol of progress. With fire, mortals shaped metal into plows that tilled the soil, enabling them to reap bountiful harvests. They built homes of wood and stone, fortified against the harshness of nature. Their confidence grew, and with it came an audacious hope that they might someday master the world that had once enslaved them. Prometheus, chained to the icy peak of the Caucasus, watched this transformation with a mixture of pride and sorrow. Each night, as his wounds healed and his liver regrew, he gazed down upon the world lit by the fires he had gifted. He saw humanity rise from despair, their faces lit with hope, their eyes gleaming with newfound ambition. Yet he also saw the shadows that crept at the edges of the flames, the signs of a darkness that grew alongside their light. The curse of fire revealed itself gradually, like cracks spreading through the foundation of a great tower. The mortals who had once huddled together for survival began to divide themselves. They argued over the land, over resources, and over the flames that burned at the center of their villages. Fire became a possession, a symbol of power, and with power came envy and greed. The first war began as a skirmish between two tribes, each claiming ownership of a fertile valley. What started as shouted words and thrown stones quickly escalated. Weapons, forged in the very fires that had once been shared freely, were now turned against one another. Spears clashed, blood spilled, and the cries of the wounded rose to the heavens. The flames that had been a source of life became tools of destruction. Villages were burned, their people scattered, and the earth was left scarred. Prometheus watched, his heart heavy with sorrow. He had given humanity fire to protect themselves, to create, to dream. He had never imagined they would use it to destroy one another. As the eagle tore into his flesh each day, Prometheus's mind turned over the consequences of his gift. Had he unleashed something that humanity could not control? Was this their nature, or was it the influence of the gods who watched from above, sowing discord for their own amusement? As centuries passed, fire became the heart of human ambition. It was no longer just a tool for survival, but the foundation of their civilization. Great cities rose from the earth, their towers reaching toward the heavens, their streets lit by the glow of countless torches. The forge became a place of invention, where humanity pushed the boundaries of what was possible. With fire, they built ships that sailed the seas, bringing trade and knowledge to distant lands. They crafted machines that multiplied their strength, transforming the world around them. They created art and music, their creativity ignited by the flames that burned within and without. The fire was no longer merely physical, it was a symbol of their spirit, their will to overcome. But the curse of fire was not so easily extinguished. For every marvel it produced, it also brought destruction. The same ships that carried trade also carried armies, their torches lighting the way for conquest. The machines that built cities were turned into engines of war, their smoke choking the skies. The fire that warmed their homes became a weapon in the hands of those who sought power, reducing entire civilizations to ash. Prometheus, bound and broken, bore witness to it all. He saw the rise and fall of empires, the cycle of creation and destruction that seemed inescapable. Each night, as he healed from the eagle's torment, he reflected on the dual nature of his gift. Fire had given humanity the power to shape their destiny, but it had also exposed the darkness within them. The curse of fire was not limited to war. It crept into the hearts of mortals, feeding their greed and their insatiable desire for more. The flame that had once been a symbol of unity now divided them. Kings and chieftains hoarded it, using it to consolidate their power, while the poor huddled in the cold, their fires extinguished by the weight of oppression. The gods, watching from Olympus, reveled in the chaos. Zeus, in particular, took satisfaction in humanity's struggles. "Let them burn," he said, his voice echoing through the halls of Olympus. "They are fools, no better than beasts. Prometheus's gift has only proven their unworthiness." But not all the gods shared his disdain. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, wept for the mortals, her tears falling like rain upon the earth. "They are learning," she said, her voice soft but resolute. "They stumble, but they also rise. The fire is not their curse, it is their test." Zeus dismissed her words, his gaze fixed on the world below. For him, the suffering of mortals was a reminder of his power, a vindication of his judgment. Yet even he could not deny the resilience of humanity. No matter how many times they fell, they always rose again, their flames rekindled. From his perch on the desolate peak, Prometheus wrestled with his guilt and his hope. He had known the risks of his defiance, the wrath it would bring upon him, and the mortals he sought to save. But he had not foreseen the depths of humanity's potential for both greatness and destruction. Each night, as he hung in his chains, he spoke to the winds, his voice carrying across the mountains. "O mortals," he whispered, "what have I done? I gave you fire to lift you from the darkness, to free you from the grip of despair. Yet you use it to destroy, to conquer, to harm one another. Is this your nature, or is it the curse of the gods who made you?" But even as he questioned, he could not bring himself to regret his choice. He saw the beauty in humanity's struggle, the light that flickered even in the darkest of times. They were flawed, yes, but they were also extraordinary. They dared to dream, to hope, to strive for something greater. It was this duality, their capacity for both creation and destruction, that made them unique. The curse of fire could not extinguish its gift. For every war, there was a moment of peace. For every act of destruction, there was an act of creation. The flames that burned across the earth were both a reminder of humanity's flaws and a testament to their potential. Prometheus, though bound and tormented, took solace in this. His suffering was great, but it was not without purpose. The fire he had stolen had changed the world, and though it had brought pain, it had also brought progress. Humanity would learn, as he had, that the greatest gifts often came with the greatest burdens. And so, the fire burned on, a symbol of defiance and resilience, a light that pushed back the shadows. It was a curse and a blessing, a force that shaped humanity's destiny. Prometheus, the Titan who had dared to defy the gods, watched from his lonely peak, his heart heavy but resolute. The fire was theirs now, for better or worse, and it would burn until the end of time. Far below the jagged peaks of the Caucasus Mountains, where Prometheus languished in unending torment, a quiet revolution stirred among mortals. The fire he had stolen from Olympus had not only ignited their hearths, but also their spirits. Humanity, though burdened by the curse that came with fire, began to dream of something greater, of freedom, of justice, and of defiance. Whispers of rebellion traveled like the wind, weaving through villages, towns, and cities, carrying with them the seeds of hope. In a hidden valley surrounded by towering cliffs and dense forests, a sanctuary was born. Here, a small group of mortals gathered, their hearts burning with the memory of the Titan who had defied the gods for their sake. They were the keepers of his legacy, a band of dreamers, warriors, and visionaries who called themselves the Flame Bearers. At the center of their sanctuary burned an eternal fire, a fragment of the sacred flame Prometheus had gifted to humanity. It was their beacon, their rallying point, and their symbol of defiance. The sanctuary itself was a marvel of human ingenuity, built in secret to evade the watchful eyes of Olympus. Hidden behind waterfalls and nestled in caves, it was a place of warmth and light, where the fire burned day and night. Here, blacksmiths forged weapons not for conquest but for protection. Storytellers wove tales of Prometheus's sacrifice, and healers tended to the wounded who had fled Zeus's wrath. The air was thick with purpose, every breath a testament to their resolve. Leading the flame bearers was a mortal named Kael, a young warrior with a scar that ran from his brow to his cheek, a mark of the first rebellion he had led against the tyrants who sought to control the fire. Kael was not a man of lofty speeches or grand gestures, but his quiet determination inspired those around him. His voice carried the weight of conviction, and his eyes burned with an intensity that could not be extinguished. One evening, as the flames cast flickering shadows on the walls of the sanctuary, Kael stood before his people. His voice rang out, steady and clear. "We are the children of fire," he said, his words a spark that ignited the hearts of his followers. "Prometheus gave us this gift not to cower in the shadows, but to stand in the light. The gods would see us broken, divided, and afraid. But we are stronger than they know. We are united, and together we will rise." The rebellion began as a whisper, a quiet defiance that spread across the land. Villages that had once paid tribute to the gods now hoarded their grain, their livestock, their fire. Smiths forged blades in secret, and hunters turned their spears toward Olympus. The flame-bearers moved under the cover of darkness, spreading their message of hope and resistance. They spoke of Prometheus, the Titan who had defied Zeus, and of the fire that symbolized humanity's potential. Zeus, seated on his golden throne atop Olympus, watched thus developments with growing fury. The mortal world, once a domain of quiet submission, was now alive with unrest. His eagle brought him reports of villages that refused to kneel, of fires that burned in defiance of his will, of songs that celebrated the name of Prometheus. To Zeus, this rebellion was an insult, a direct challenge to his authority. "They forget their place," he snarled, his voice echoing through the halls of Olympus. "These mortals, these insects, dare to defy me." Hera, ever the strategist, placed a calming hand on his arm. "Mortals are like flames themselves," she said. "They burn brightly, but are easily extinguished. Let us crush this rebellion swiftly and without mercy. A single strike will remind them of their folly." Zeus nodded, his eyes blazing. He summoned Hermes, the swift-footed messenger, and issued his command. "Go to the mortal world," Zeus ordered, "and remind them of my power. Destroy their fires, scatter their rebels, and let the name of Zeus be spoken in fear once more." Hermes descended from Olympus like a streak of light, his speed unmatched, his purpose clear. He swept across the land, extinguishing the fires that burned in defiance of the gods. Villages were left cold and dark, their people shivering in the shadow of Zeus's wrath. Lightning split the skies, striking down those who dared to resist, and the winds carried the cries of the suffering. Yet, even in the face of such devastation, the rebellion did not falter. The flame-bearers moved swiftly, rekindling fires wherever they were extinguished, rebuilding what was destroyed. For every village that fell, another rose to take its place. They had become more than a scattered group of rebels. They were a movement, a force that could not be silenced. In the sanctuary, Kael stood before the eternal flame, his face lit by its glow. "The gods strike us because they fear us," he said to his people. "They see in us what they refuse to see in themselves, the power to change, to create, to defy. Let their storms rage, let their wrath fall upon us. We will endure, for we are the children of fire." As the rebellion grew, so too did the flame-bearers resolve to free their benefactor. Prometheus, the Titan who had given them fire, remained bound to the peak of the Caucasus Mountains, enduring unending torment for their sake. His name was more than a rallying cry. It was a reminder of the cost of defiance, of the price of freedom. The flame-bearers vowed to free him, no matter the cost. Kael and a group of the bravest warriors set out on a perilous journey to the mountains. The path was treacherous, fraught with dangers both natural and divine. They crossed raging rivers, scaled cliffs slick with ice, and evaded the watchful eyes of Zeus's eagle. Their progress was slow, each step a test of their determination. As they neared the peak, they saw him, Prometheus, chained to the rock, his body broken but his spirit unyielding. The sight of him filled them with both sorrow and resolve. Here was their savior, the Titan who had suffered so that they might rise, and they would not leave him to his torment. But their journey had not gone unnoticed. Zeus, ever vigilant, sent his eagle to intercept them. The great bird descended upon the rebels with a screech that shook the mountains, its talons gleaming like blades. Kael and his warriors fought valiantly, their weapons clashing against the eagle's unyielding form. They knew they could not defeat it, but their goal was not to win the battle. It was to reach Prometheus. Amid the chaos, Kael reached the Titan's side. Prometheus, his voice hoarse from centuries of suffering, looked down at the mortal who dared to challenge the gods. "You should not have come," he said, his tone both grateful and sorrowful. "Zeus's wrath will destroy you." Kael shook his head, his eyes blazing with determination. "You gave us fire," he said. "You gave us hope. We cannot abandon you." The warriors, though outmatched, fought with a ferocity born of desperation. They bought Kael precious moments to work at the chains that bound Prometheus. But before he could free the Titan, the eagle let out a deafening cry, summoning a storm that swept through the mountains. The rebels were scattered, their mission thwarted. Though the rescue mission had failed, the rebellion was far from over. The flame-bearers returned to their sanctuary, their numbers diminished but their resolve intact. They lit their fires anew, their flames burning brighter than ever. The rebellion had become more than a fight for freedom. It was a fight for the soul of humanity. Prometheus, though still bound, felt the warmth of their defiance. Their actions gave him strength, a reminder that his suffering was not in vain. He spoke to the winds, his voice carried it to the ears of the rebels. "Do not despair," he said. "The gods may strike you down, but your spirit will endure. The fire burns within you, and that is a flame no storm can extinguish." The rebellion continued, a spark that grew into a blaze, lighting the path for future generations. The curse of fire had become a blessing, a symbol of humanity's resilience and their refusal to bow. And though the gods watched with disdain, they could not snuff out the hope that burned in the hearts of mortals. For Prometheus's gift was not just fire. It was the courage to stand against the darkness, to defy even the mightiest of foes, and to claim the light as their own. The rebellion was not merely a fight. It was the embodiment of humanity's eternal flame. The winds howled across the desolate peaks of the Caucasus Mountains, carrying with them the echoes of rebellion rising from the mortal world below. Zeus's storm brewed above, his fury roiling in the blackened skies, threatening to consume all who defied him. The fire stolen by Prometheus had sparked more than light. It had ignited a defiance that even the gods could no longer ignore. The time for silent rebellion had passed. The time for confrontation had come. From every corner of the mortal world they came. Farmers, blacksmiths, warriors, and visionaries. The rebellion had grown beyond the flame-bearers. It had become a movement that spanned villages and kingdoms. At the head of this mortal army stood Kael, the young leader whose courage had inspired countless others. His scarred face bore the marks of battles fought and sacrifices made, but his eyes burned with the fire of hope. In his hands, he carried a blade forged in the sacred fire, its edge glowing faintly with divine energy. The army gathered at the base of Mount Olympus, their torches flickering like stars against the shadowed slopes. The air was thick with tension, the weight of their purpose pressing down on them. They knew the odds. They were mortals, challenging the might of the gods themselves. Yet they stood resolute, for they fought not just for themselves, but for the promise of a world unshackled from divine tyranny. Kael raised his voice, his words cutting through the restless murmurs. Today, we climb not for vengeance, but for freedom. Prometheus gave us fire so that we might rise above the darkness. He suffers for our sake, bound by chains that we alone have the power to break. The gods have ruled us through fear, but fear no longer holds sway over us. We are the children of fire, and today we will take our destiny into our own hands." A roar erupted from the army, their voices echoing across the mountain. Together they began the ascent, their torches illuminating the path ahead. Above them, the storm gathered, a living testament to Zeus's wrath. Lightning split the sky, and thunder rolled like the drums of war. Olympus would not yield easily. As the army climbed, they encountered the guardians of Olympus, creatures forged by the gods to protect their sacred realm. First came the Cyclopes, towering beings of stone and muscle, their single eyes glowing with an unearthly light. They swung massive clubs, their roars shaking the very mountain. But the mortals fought with a ferocity born of desperation. Their weapons, imbued with the fire of rebellion, shattered stone and pierced divine flesh. For every fallen Cyclops, a dozen mortals fell, but the army pressed on, their resolve unbroken. Next came the Harpies, winged monstrosities that descended from the skies with talons like blades. They tore through the ranks, their shrieks deafening, their speed unmatched. But the mortals adapted, using nets and flaming arrows to bring the creatures down. The Harpies fell one by one, their cries fading as the army climbed higher. Finally, the Chimera emerged, its 3 heads, lion, goat, and serpent, bellowing flames and venom. The beast was a terror, its sheer size and ferocity threatening to turn the tide. Kael himself faced the Chimera, his glowing blade cutting through its defenses. With a final, desperate strike, he drove the blade into the heart of the beast, its death throes shaking the mountain. The path to Olympus lay open, but the cost had been great. As the army reached the gates of Olympus, the storm intensified. Zeus stood atop his golden throne, his form wreathed in lightning, his eyes blazing with fury. He watched as the mortals breached the threshold of his realm, their torches and weapons defying his divine authority. His voice boomed across the heavens, a thunderous roar that shook the foundations of Olympus. "Insolent mortals!" Zeus bellowed. "You dare to bring your rebellion to the gates of the gods? You dare to defy me, the king of Olympus? Your arrogance will be your undoing." With a wave of his hand, Zeus unleashed his power. Lightning rained down upon the mortals, striking with unrelenting force. The ground cracked and split, and the air burned with the scent of ozone. Mortals fell, their cries lost in the cacophony of destruction. Yet even in the face of such devastation, they did not retreat. Kael stood at the forefront, his blade raised high. "We do not fight for vengeance, Zeus," he shouted, his voice cutting through the storm. "We fight for freedom, for the right to live without fear. You may strike us down, but you cannot extinguish the fire that burns within us." Zeus's laughter was cold and cruel. "Then you will burn in that fire, mortal. You and all who follow you." As the battle raged on, a small group of warriors led by Kael broke away from the main force, their goal clear: to reach Prometheus and free him from his chains. They climbed higher into the peaks, the wind howling around them, the storm raging above. At last, they reached the desolate summit where the Titan hung, his body broken but his spirit unyielding. Prometheus lifted his head as they approached, his eyes filled with both sorrow and hope. "You should not have come," he said, his voice weak but steady. "Zeus will destroy you for this." Kael stepped forward, his expression resolute. "You gave us fire, Prometheus. You gave us hope. We will not leave you to suffer alone." With their combined strength, they began to work at the chains that bound the Titan. The adamantine bonds, forged by Hephaestus himself, resisted their efforts, but the fire imbued in their weapons gave them strength. As they chipped away at the unbreakable metal, the storm above intensified. Zeus knew what they were attempting, and he would not allow it. The eagle, Zeus's monstrous enforcer, descended from the skies, its talons gleaming with divine energy. It struck with fury, scattering the warriors and tearing through their ranks. Kael fought valiantly, his blade clashing against the eagle's unyielding form. He drove it back, giving his companions the time they needed. At last, with a deafening crack, the final chain broke. Prometheus fell to his knees, his strength returning as the fire within him rekindled. The Titan rose, his form towering over the mortals, his eyes blazing with the light of defiance. Prometheus turned his gaze to Olympus, his voice ringing out like thunder. Zeus, your tyranny ends here. You sought to punish me for giving humanity hope, but their defiance proves your failure. The fire you sought to withhold burns brighter than ever. Zeus descended from the heavens, his form wreathed in lightning, his expression a mask of fury. Prometheus, he snarled, you dare to challenge me again? You and these mortals will learn the price of rebellion. The battle that followed was a clash of titanic forces. Zeus hurled lightning, each bolt a cataclysm that tore through the earth. Prometheus, wielding the strength of the Titan who had defied the gods, met each strike with unrelenting resolve. The mortals joined the fray, their torches and weapons glowing with the fire that symbolized their unity. The storm raged on, the heavens and earth trembling under the weight of the conflict. Prometheus and Zeus clashed in a battle that seemed to defy the very laws of creation. The Titan, though weakened by centuries of torment, fought with the strength of one who had nothing left to lose. The mortals, though fragile and finite, fought with the courage of those who had everything to gain. As the battle reached its climax, Zeus prepared to unleash his full power, a storm that would annihilate everything in its path. But at that moment, Prometheus spoke, his voice cutting through the chaos. Look at them, Zeus. Look at the mortals you sought to crush. They do not cower before you. They stand, they fight, they endure. That is the true power of fire, the power to defy, to rise, to hope. Zeus hesitated, his gaze shifting to the mortals who continued to fight, their torches burning despite the storm. For a fleeting moment, the king of the gods saw not weakness but strength, not defiance but resilience. It was a truth he could not admit, yet could not deny. Prometheus seized the moment, his voice rising in a final, triumphant cry. Your rule ends not with a thunderclap, but with a spark. The fire you sought to extinguish will burn long after you are gone. Zeus, his fury spent, withdrew to Olympus, his form flickering like a dying storm. The mortals stood victorious, their torches blazing against the darkened sky. Prometheus, freed from his chains, stood among them, a symbol of their triumph, their hope, and their unbreakable spirit. The storm passed, and the first light of dawn broke over the mountains. The rebellion had succeeded, not through vengeance, but through unity. The fire burned on, a testament to the courage of mortals and the sacrifice of a Titan who had dared to defy the gods. Prometheus, though free, chose to walk among the mortals, guiding them as they built a world lit by the fire of hope. The final confrontation was not an end, but a beginning. The dawn of an age where humanity stood not as subjects of the gods, but as masters of their own destiny. the storm had passed, leaving the world bathed in the soft glow of a new dawn. The winds that once howled across the peaks of the Caucasus Mountains had calmed, and the skies that had raged with Zeus's fury now stretched endlessly, painted in hues of gold and amber. Humanity stood on the precipice of a new age, the light of Prometheus's fire illuminating their path. Yet, for all that had been won, the echoes of the battle lingered in the air, a solemn reminder of the cost of their victory. Across the earth, the fire burned brighter than ever. Villages, once scattered and fearful, grew into towns and cities, their streets glowing with the warmth of flame-lit hearths. The light chased away the shadows that had haunted humanity for so long, and with it came a sense of hope that had once seemed impossible. Mortals no longer trembled beneath the gaze of the gods. They stood tall, their hearts filled with the courage born of defiance. The rebellion had done more than break Zeus's chains of fear. It had united humanity. Those who had fought together on the slopes of Olympus returned to their homes not as individuals, but as part of something greater. They shared stories of the battle, of the courage they had seen in one another, and of the Titan who had endured unthinkable torment to give them the gift of fire. The name of Prometheus became a beacon, a symbol of resilience and sacrifice. Shrines were built in his honor, their altars adorned with flames that never extinguished. Around these fires, people gathered to remember, to celebrate, and to dream. The fire itself became more than a tool. It became a metaphor for what humanity had achieved. It was both fragile and fierce, capable of creation and destruction. Mortals began to see themselves reflected in its duality, understanding that the power they wielded came with responsibility. They learned to temper their ambition with wisdom, their strength with compassion. Though the fire had brought both war and progress, humanity vowed to honor its gift by striving toward a better future. Prometheus, the Titan who had suffered for their sake, walked among them. Freed from his chains, he was no longer the broken figure bound to the desolate peak. His wounds had healed, though the scars remained, etched into his flesh as a testament to his sacrifice. His eyes, once dimmed by centuries of torment, now burned with the light of hope. He did not seek to rule or to be worshipped. Instead, he chose to guide humanity, walking among them as a teacher and a mentor. He shared his wisdom, teaching them not just how to wield fire, but how to live with the responsibility it demanded. He encouraged them to create, to innovate, to push the boundaries of what they thought possible, while always remembering the cost of hubris. In one village, Prometheus helped a blacksmith forge tools that transformed the barren earth into fertile fields. In another, he taught builders to construct homes that withstood the elements, offering warmth and safety. Everywhere he went, he saw the fire reflected in the eyes of those he helped, a reminder that his suffering had not been in vain. Yet, even as he walked among them, Prometheus remained acutely aware of the burden he carried. He had defied the king of the gods, and though Zeus had withdrawn, Prometheus knew the storm was not over. The gods of Olympus watched from afar, their pride wounded, their authority challenged. The battle might have been won, but the war between mortals and immortals had only begun. From his throne atop Olympus, Zeus watched the world below with a brooding gaze. His storm had been broken, his will defied, and his punishment undone. For the first time in his reign, he felt the weight of doubt, a crack in the armor of his divine authority. The mortals, once little more than insects in his eyes, had proven themselves resilient, resourceful, and, perhaps most galling of all, united. Zeus's silence was both ominous and telling. The other gods, emboldened by the rebellion, whispered among themselves. Some spoke of vengeance, of restoring the order that had been shattered. Others, like Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, spoke of reconciliation, of finding a new balance between gods and mortals. The pantheon was divided, their unity fractured by the light of Prometheus's fire. Hera, ever pragmatic, approached Zeus in the golden halls of Olympus. "You cannot ignore this, my husband," she said, her voice a careful blend of caution and persuasion. "The mortals grow bolder with each passing day. They have tasted freedom, and they will not return to the chains you forged for them." Zeus turned to her, his eyes flashing with a mixture of anger and frustration. "Do you think I do not see it?" he growled. "Do you think I am blind to the threat they pose? But if I strike them down, if I bring the full weight of Olympus upon them, what will remain? Ashes? A barren world ruled by a king of silence?" Hera was taken aback by his words, for they revealed a vulnerability she had not seen in him before. Zeus, the unyielding thunderer, the ruler of gods, was grappling with a truth he could not ignore. The fire had changed not just humanity, but the very fabric of the world. On a quiet night, far from the villages and the gaze of Olympus, Prometheus stood alone on a hill overlooking the land he had helped shape. The stars above were bright, their light mingling with the flicker of countless fires below. He felt the weight of the past millennia in his bones, the echoes of his torment lingering like a shadow. Yet, for all he had endured, he felt no regret. The world had changed, and with it, so had he. The fire he had given to humanity was not merely a gift, it was a challenge, a call to rise above their fears and their flaws, and they had answered. Imperfectly, haltingly, but they had answered. Prometheus thought of the chains that had bound him, the eagle that had torn into his flesh. He thought of Zeus, whose wrath had been as unrelenting as the storms he commanded. And he thought of the mortals who had defied Olympus, who had climbed the mountain to free him, who had fought not just for their freedom, but for his. He knelt by the fire he had kindled, its warmth spreading through the cool night air. "Oh, fire," he murmured, his voice soft but steady. "You are both a blessing and a burden, a light that reveals and a flame that consumes. May humanity wield you wisely, for you are their hope and their greatest test." In the years that followed, humanity continued to grow and evolve. The fire remained at the heart of their progress, a symbol of both their resilience and their responsibility. They built great cities that shone like beacons, their lights visible from the heavens. They forged alliances, created art, and told stories that carried the memory of Prometheus and his sacrifice. The rebellion became legend, passed down through generations as a tale of courage and defiance. Prometheus's name was spoken with reverence, his image carved into stone and painted onto walls. He was not worshipped as a god, but honored as a savior, a symbol of what it meant to fight for freedom and to bear the weight of one's choices. Yet, for all their achievements, humanity did not forget the lessons of the curse of fire. They knew its power, its potential for both creation and destruction. They remembered the wars it had fueled, the greed it had ignited, and they vowed to honor its gift by striving for balance, by tempering their ambition with humility. One day, Prometheus disappeared. Some said he returned to the mountains, seeking solitude after centuries among mortals. Others believed he ascended to the stars, his task complete. But wherever he went, the fire he had given humanity burned on. In the heart of every village, town, and city, an eternal flame was kept. It was a reminder of the Titan's sacrifice, a symbol of the light that could never be extinguished. Around these flames, mortals gathered to share their dreams, to reflect on their journey, and to pledge themselves to the ideals of hope, resilience, and defiance. And so, the legacy of Prometheus lived on, not in the chains that had bound him, but in the flames that had freed humanity. The fire was their light, their warmth, their guide, a beacon that burned through the darkness, carrying them ever forward into the unknown.